Good morning. Is that coffee? Is that a coffee cup? I'm guessing in that emote. Hmm. It seems like it. It seems like it. How was your day? How was your Tuesday and the rest of the things? Holy shit, Discord! Can you fucking do your job? I don't know. I don't know. It looks tiny on my end. Cybersec, hi. Welcome on. Good day, morning, time zone, all day. Sorry, Cat is sending me text, and yes, I understand. I understand. Uh, we have some good news. We have some median news, but we don't have bad news today, which is pretty good. Which is pretty good. Hugo, welcome on in. How are you? How's everything? Yeah, no bad news officially today, which is I mean it doesn't happen often, but it does happen as times, and then today is one of these, which I'm pretty happy with. Um, so yeah, uh, I see. You are basically doing some back-end stuff with profs, I think, mainly for the chat overlay, if I'm not mistaken, and I haven't been there in a while. But good luck with that. Good luck with that. Um, Yeah, but it depends, you know. Time zone is debatable. You can be like Stony and basically waking up an hour ago, and that's your morning. So, yeah, now that's the thing. That is the thing. Not really new lighting. It's just like, uh, again, time zone. uh, Basically most of the day now, and by the fact that I'm streaming midday, we end up with a lot more light. And I feel like, as always, having a stream overlay that is lighter than usual and lighter than other people when you are streaming on Twitch is an attraction for potential viewers. Because if they are looking at the entire page, if your stream looks more interesting, brighter, more colorful, and so on, some people will click. So, getting views. The old clickbait. Um, Other than that, yeah, yeah. I mean, if you look at the at this right there, and let's say I'm going into software and game dev because that's where we are. Who is currently standing out? I did. Okay, we're going in. Like props is green right here, which is pretty good. This one is a bit white, but not that much more standing out. And then this is standing out because it's pure white. This is standing out because it has like a lot of colors and it's like a bit of a VTuber situation. But most of the people that stand out to me immediately are the one that have like a lot of white in their environment, and therefore that's what I'm probably going to look at or be attracted to potentially clicking on. So, you know, it's a thing. And then there is me, which if you haven't seen that before, then that's there. Yeah. But that's some of the reasons. These are some of the reasons. Um, Nonetheless, if you go into Khalil's section, or let me just go back there and go to co-working, you can see that most of the people that are in there will have like a ton of uh, light and a ton of colors as well. So pure white here, kind of pink around here. Um, Good camera also helps a lot. So these are things that attract people here and there. So that's a thing. That's a thing. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. So yeah, no bad news so far. The good news is I've been working on the components that I was on a second ago. Um, Some of them are updated. I finally did the table. It's not great yet, but it's there. And I kind of worked on other things, but not too much. So, we'll see. Um, that's interesting, but kind of bad. Uh, I, uh, I have so much questions in here. The main question is the icons, the first three icons being exactly the same. That's what would probably like uh, tell me that they are exactly the same thing. But then again, these are not the common icons that like you know uh they might just use the same icon pack in the first place. And so, but I mean, it is so close that I'm also kind of on the edge of, yeah, that kind of is a repoff, but then the person here is saying that no, um wasn't really working on that, which is kind of interesting. I don't know. um yeah, I guess it's the icons. um Yeah, the icon here is not really good. It's better here. So that's something. I guess the one of the reason why it might be considered as an exact copy is the fact that they are using the same icon pack, but also they have a very similar color scheme. So because they are like starting with green and potentially starting with the same, let's say that these are uh, like very basic Tailwind components, then maybe it looks the same. But then the more you look at it, the more you're like, well, components, templates, and setup. You have component templates and documentation, which is basically the setup. So not the greatest, but yeah. Uh, but we've seen that before. What makes me basically say this is mostly a copy compared to anything else is like the icons and the text for these two things and the placements, because I mean, I'm gonna do that because obviously that makes sense. Um, if we do this and I say that, they are different in their placements, right? Obviously. There's a bit more space around one of them compared to the others. But the icon themselves, even if I match like the home icon, they don't match the rest. There is a lot more space in between things, but then these two boxes are exactly in the same spots, and the next one is just like spacing align stuff, but it's exactly the same thing. I don't know. That's also a true thing. I don't know, and I'm not gonna say anything on this one. Um, I don't know how the person that is claiming being the origin of the design has found a way to create these two things. If these two are screenshots and that's it, then there is a lot of differences. If they are like recreations, then obviously it looks the same. But I don't know enough, and I don't have enough knowledge for this. So, or knowledge of this product specifically. But yeah, I guess to me it's just like they are using the same UI kit or the same icon pack for their content, and therefore it looks pretty similar. But then these two texts are pissing me off as well. Um, so I don't know. But interesting find, interesting find. When it comes to your questions about the thumbnail on Twitch, I have been trying to figure it out, but there is no real way, or at least there haven't been a real way for me to figure out exactly the interval and what triggers the screenshot. Because if that was the case, I would 100% game the system. You have like a 5 frame titties every 5 minutes, game the system. Like that's the easiest thing to do. And I wish I could. I wish I could, but I can't. So I don't know. We don't really have a way here to know exactly when the thing is taken. Uh, I guess the only thing that I could do here would be to create a timer stream where I start at like a very specific time. It's just a timer, and it's a continuous timer, and then the Twitch page is refreshed every minute, and we check if the timer screenshot for that stream has changed. I guess that's the only option, and we know the kinda. We would know roughly the frequency. There would need to be some sort of a millisecond as well at the same time to make sure that you have the exact thing that you were talking about. But yeah, that's the only option. That is the only option. But yeah, interesting. So today I've worked on this thing to add like a bit of the features related to that components and what it is made of, how it works, and so on. Made sure to have the installation systems. So if you're using a JavaScript framework or Vue, React, or web components, or just plain HTML and CSS, that's a thing. Tech support, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How is everything? It has been a while indeed. Indeed, last time you were here was a long time ago. But basically, you had a message in 2024 and a previous one in 2024 as well, which is indeed a long time ago. How have you been? Yeah, I still don't know what I'm doing, so don't worry about it. But yeah, I mean, since your last message was that's Jul August 30th, which is basically September 2024. I was just starting Can, and so since then I have 3 more dev'd product. So yeah, I mean, things have happened. So Can is right here. It's the Japanese app that I was starting to work on last time you were here. It's now available on the stores. It has been pretty successful for my metrics. We are closing on 4,000 users, so that's cool. It made 400, $500. That's cool as well. In 2 years, which is not much, but it's something. So that happens. On top of that, the Mom UI kit is the thing that I'm currently working on to make sure that basically the existing component and the existing like landing page needs to change, but now I'm making sure that you have the ability to get like a preview and a manager for your icon so that you can say, well, I need this icon, and this icon in my code, for example. Then you can download the SVG directly, or you can simply just copy the code of that icon, the name of that icon, so that you can use it in your code base. So that's really useful. And also having the components, which is the thing that I'm working on right now. So yeah, I'm back in France, sadly. I had to come back at the beginning of 2025, 2026. You know what? I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember. It's been a it's been a while. I had to go back because my visa basically ended, and so now I'm looking for a job there so that I can have permanent residency, or at least residency for a longer time. But that's going to take a while because I am not proactive when it comes to looking for a job, because that pisses me off. But yeah, so that's the Mom UI kit that you knew before I started to do the Can app itself. And then after that, I built this thing, which is Perfume, which is an app for perfume people. So if you have like a perfume collection, it's a way for you to just track your collection, give some feedback from yourself to yourself, and have a bit of a journaling experience so far. So that's pretty good. I need to change this. I think we are now at 4.8. So I need a check. But it's really cool. It's my second app. It works really well for myself. And yeah, that's a very neat product. And then lastly, the the one that has been in the work for the past few days, not really, few months, is Ban, which is a reaction to Bento dying. So if you don't know, Bento.me was acquired by Linktree sometimes 3 years ago, 5 years ago, I forgot. And I think 2 years ago. And they kept it alive for a long time, and it was fine. And then 3 weeks ago, they decided to kill it. And so for the the reaction time that I had was like, I discovered that they sent the email in December, and I said, well, if I'm not gonna have Bento, I'm probably, now that I know roughly how to build something, I'm probably gonna have to build something for myself. And instead of finding someone that did the exact same thing that the exact same thought, I said, you know what, let me build something. Um, and now we have this, which is a very cute system with this as the main goal, which people don't understand, but we've been ramping about it for the longest time, so people that are on the stream do understand. Basically, the reason for this is the infrastructure cost is spread across all the paying users, and so the more paying users you have, the less it costs per user. And instead of just keeping the price the same, it's just going down because it makes sense. So that's the that's the plan, and I'm making sure that we have like transparency and showcasing exactly like how many people we have currently as users, how many people are paying, how much in deficit I am for this month, for everything, and so on. And also, I'm sharing the calculator that I have in order to figure out exactly how much things are going to cost me. So, for example, if I have Clerk as a base, and then Convex as a database, hosting on Cloudflare, and storage on Cloudflare as well. Email is resent, so that makes sense. No more storing for me for now. All of that is my infrastructure cost, meaning that at 1 million paying users, the cost per year per user is $3. 3.5. And so right now, in order to be safe, my minimal price is at $6 a year, which is roughly 50 cents per month. And that gives me like double the minimal so that I have a lot of buffers. But that way you know exactly how much you're gonna make per steps. So in the beginning, for the first 3 years, I'm gonna make 3K. So I'm gonna make 1K per year, probably as $100 for the first year, maybe 300 to 500 on the second, and maybe the rest on the third, based on how much it grows. But at that point, there is no real cost to the infrastructure, so it's pretty fine. There is like a $250 payment that needs to happen on the 4 year. But then you can see exactly how much it can grow. And if all goes well, after 8 years of running and reaching 1 million paying users with 14 million users in total, so that there is 13.3 million users that are free, I would have probably made 2 million in total in these 8 years cumulatively. So that's a pretty good thing. You can see that I'm reaching the orange at that time, meaning that if that happens, then the next step is going to be a lot more heavy in terms of cost on myself. So that's a thing that I know. But if I have like 2 million in the bank, I should probably be able to just pay the fees in the infrastructure. If that's not the case, then there is something that needs to be changed. But yeah, that's the thing. But then again, this is like conservative conversion rate. If we have a conversion rate that is like 20%, which is massive, but could happen, that means that I would make 3K or 3 mil after 7 years. So that's faster. And if my growth is way lower, like let's say it's a growth of 5% instead of 10, then I after a certain amount of time I can make more. But then this certain amount of time is 20 years, which is not much, but eh. So yeah, building these, and it's kind of fun for me to interact with these things. The main goal, as always, to get like Bento to be similar-ish and providing things that Bento didn't provide in the first place. So as a default, Bento was light mode only, and you didn't have any other options. So now I'm providing something that is a bit more flexible with system themes, dark only, light only, depending on how you like things, design for the cards, different styling that will come later, that will be like a fourth one because this is too much space. So playing with that, making sure that you have the ability to change like your corner radius, your grid layout, if you know exactly what you like maybe you like something that's a bit more tight overall. You can do that. You can say that you want like an animated background or an interactive background, some color scheme potentially here and there, and then you get over that. It's a very simple system, but it works. This one is broken when you're changing the size, and I need to figure it out. I know exactly what I need to do, but for now, yeah. So this one is useless. So yeah, that's a bit of fun stuff for me in order to make sure that we have everything. That makes no sense. That dot animation thing, I don't know what happened. If it was something else, but yeah, like that. Yeah, it's a very organic fleck grid in the background for no reason whatsoever. But yeah, it's a nice system. It works. It works. Anyways. Uh appreciate it. I appreciate it. No, the transparency page update every day at midnight. So basically it's written right about here or there, I forgot. There. Here. Basically at midnight every day on my time zone UTC, you get the update of everything. And so that I don't do something constant. Otherwise, that means that this specific page is going to ask for so much, and that's going to cost me too much in infrastructure cost as well. So it's just like on a daily basis, just refreshed at midnight. Makes a lot more sense. But yeah, it's a nice thing. Thank you so much. See, if you're subbing on the monthly, that means that we are reaching on the yearly $30. So that means 39. We would be somewhere around here. Really close to break evens, which is good. Which is good, somewhere around there. That's the 50. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. And yeah, the thing that is that people are saying in the like in the comment and the replies on Twitter and so on is, why would I pay yearly when the monthly is obviously less expensive, but also there is a higher probability if the products like basically succeed, that if we reach the next floor, maybe next month I'm paying 2.6 instead of 3 if we have like 100 paying users by next month. I don't know. But yeah, if you're paying yearly, it's overall cheaper. Kinda. I think it's 250 roughly, and add a split to be working. But yeah, it's the same. I mean, in my it's kind of the same. No, 275, something like this. Or you can pay lifetime, even though this is not enough. I need to bump that price. I calculated it in the beginning with roughly 10 years of infrastructure cost for one user, and I didn't include some of the other things that have been added since then, so this needs to change. By not much, but it's probably gonna end up at like 200-ish. I kind of want it to be under 200, but I don't think I have a choice on this. So, yeah. The good thing, again, I love speaking about or talking about the pricing system. The good thing about this is that if you join right now at $30 a year, and then next year when your subscription renews, it's at 19. Let's say it drops so much that it's now at 19 per year. You then lock your price at 19. And so if for some reason some paying users go away and the price go back up for everyone else, you have locked your price at 19, so you can't ever pay more than 19. So, that's a good thing. But you need to stay active and so on. Like you can cancel your tier, and then if you come back, you'll pay 19. But everyone else's prices or new users' prices is going to go back up. So that's a fail safe as well, to not just downscale and pay less every time. So that took a long time to calculate. Jerome, hi.
Eroan Labs just resubscribed for 22 months.
I don't. So technically speaking, the lifetime is such an official bargains when you look at it right now. Like, it's as if you paid for 4 years at full price, at current full price. And if you think of it going back to the staircase, in order to reach my first like 2K or 3K, I'm gonna take 3 years. So technically speaking, based on my calculation, it's gonna take at least 3 years before there is a shift in pricing. because I'm not expecting to have like the most groundbreaking people joining as possible. Like it's going to be slow. It's going to take time. I don't really care, but that's basically what's going to happen. So with that, it basically means that after 3 years, you have paid $90. On your fourth year, you would pay 26 instead of 30. Um, and that's basically when and only when you would have a price decrease. So that 90 plus 26, I don't know exactly how that does because my brain doesn't work. And then the next one, the fifth year, is going to be equivalent to the full price of the lifetime. Which if you think that Bento, for example, had a lifespan of 5 years, then you are covered for 5 years and beyond already. So, you know, eh. But then again, if I have like a bit of an explosive growth for some reason, and like a lot of people coming in and a very high conversion rate, um, then in 9 months, I may have like done the decrease, the first decrease, and then the 11th month, which is like still not a year, the second decrease, and then at the 13th year, which is like your renewal time, there will be already a drop, so you would end up at 26 on your first renewal, which is an option. But then again, if I do that, my income is really bad. So, you know. Um, Congrats. I think I asked the question, but you were already away. Is it for the chat thingy again? Like, was that the case? Or is that the case for props? But yeah, that's a very interesting thing. Nonetheless, I do agree with you that the transparency on numbers is extremely good when you have a product that is as transparent as they can be and tell you exactly how things goes and where things are going and so on. And so I have like the entirety of the explanation of why this model, why does it work for me, why don't I give a shit about profits, and basically giving you the tools to make sure that I'm not as greedy as other companies. That's the thing. I think I need a page for this. I need a comparison page for this because in my initial pricing at $3 a month, you are already, and also like $3 a month is $3 a month. Them is 450 when you're paying annually, but their monthly pricing is 6, and my goal is to reach 6 per year, not per month. And for what they're providing here in the free tier, the only thing that I don't have is this, and I don't know if I could ever do that. If that was the case, that would probably be an additional subscription, or a lower price that is like higher than what I intended to be. But just to have like the beginning, that's like that's basically already the case. So yeah, the fact that these are the premium is like $32 a month. It's crazy. To me, it's crazy. Again, the only reason why it's crazy is because of now that I know how much things cost, I'm like, well, the infrastructure for everything, knowing you as Linktree and as big as you are, you probably have discounts when it comes to like volume discounts and so on for some of the things that you are hosting, some of the things that you have in authentication and so on. But goddamn. But then again, I'm gonna pedal back on this one a teeny tiny bit because it's so big and because Linktree is such a massive user base in total. They probably have a ton of free users. Um, so that probably balance out, and one of the reasons why they need to be like that expensive in some cases. But I do still think that they could be half the price for everything and still be good. Which, I mean, again, if my product works, which I doubt, but hey, why not? If this works one day, um, it's it's potentially a push for Linktree to say, well, we recognize that like what we're offering, we are kind of greedy on everything, so let us just slash the cost by half. You know, that's good. It is good. Let me read that. Process migrating his PHP code to Laravel PHP code. I see. And he needs testing. He was running the test against the real database, and that kept crashing. That's not good. So now we all forced him to do it right with, I'm guessing, a staging non-production database. I can see that as an option, yeah. But yeah, like again, if I go back here and I say I don't know how much VPS cost, and I don't know how much having your own server, like at-home server, cost in electrics in general. But if you wanted to say that Clerk is not something that I'm having, I'm getting the next auth that is self-hosted, and that costs me somehow, let's say it's, I don't know, 200, $400 per year, maybe, right? 33 bucks a month seems kind of expensive, but whatever. I don't think a VPS for authentication should cost you that much. I'm more along the line of like 12 bucks a month, but we never know. And then that, because I have this VPS as well already, if I'm hosting my own things with a self-hosted whatever, it's going to be free as well because it's included with this one. And then that doesn't exist for the hosting is taken in, and the email might be the only thing that I need to pay for, and the storage is inside of this VPS hosting thing, meaning that I'm basically paying 12 bucks a month regardless. So my infrastructure cost, regardless of the size, is going to be 12 bucks per month. So 120, 124 roughly. I guess if I do that, it's going to be roughly the ID. So with that, if I just said that my minimal is $6 per year, this is printing money like crazy. It's yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. 4 mil in 7 years. That's pretty. Make sure database migration. I like how in my prompter right here, your message has in-memory database is on the next line, database migration is on the next line, and database existence is on the next line as well. So I ended up with database in 3 different spots. That's fun. That's funny. It's funny. Yeah. I mean, right now, because I'm hosting on Cloudflare pages, it's basically, it's basically free. Therefore, that's fine. But yeah. But yeah, nonetheless, this thing, in terms of what I'm pricing and the reason why we start at 30 and not like much higher, um, it just end up being something that is a buffer. That's the word I was looking for. Um, like it's a very nice thing. So we do like it. The issue that we have with Clerk right now is that in my calculation, and I didn't change that, the first 50,000, not the first 10,000, are free. So that already delays a ton. Like the 25 bucks in infrastructure here is basically the infrastructure cost for Convex up to here, where at this point there is the clerk pricing that is coming in, where technically up until the 50k thousand or 50k thousand, the 50,000 users that I have here in that charts, uh, all of these should be at 25 as well. So that's a lot more or a lot less expensive than I thought. But yes, clerk is expensive as fuck. So yeah, I like Convex because it's instant and it works. But then again, I'm not technical enough to understand exactly why it's that good and why people like it more. So if I have growth of like what I'm currently at is like 3%. We are at like 100 and let's say we have 100 users and three of them, because that's the case, or technically four of them for you being a paying users now. Four of them are paying, so 4% is the conversion rate. That's like nothing. And then the monthly growth year or month over month has been kind of crazy. It's roughly like 50% because first month was January at roughly 0 users, and then second month was at 50 or 30 something, and now we are at 100. So that's a very fast thing. You can see how I'm gonna be in the red if the growth and conversion rates stay like that, which is never the case. Like you will reach after a year or two your stable growth, which is probably going to be 10% to 5%. So, and then conversion is also something that goes sometimes up over time, as I mentioned before on the App Store and what I'm doing here. We roughly have something. Bitch, get out. That's crazy. Uh, we roughly have something that is converting. Like this one is converting so well because it is limited in the amount of thing that you can do. So you have like 12 perfume in your collection, and for the 13th, you need to buy the app. And it's a one-time payment, and it costs less than a perfume bottle. And since you have been testing the app for the past basically 12 perfumes, you know how it works, you know if it fits your needs. And therefore the conversion rate is way faster, much better overall. Like people are basically on a regular basis. They start the app, and then when they reach like the 12, and then they buy the thing, and so on. So that's a very uh, easy thing to see. And the fact that this app is well, since October, and that's it. Um, that's to my standards, that's pretty good. 240 bucks in that long, that's pretty good. Same thing there. Same concept. This is way more stable. The only reason why we have a minus 134 here is because someone just decided to refund itself. So sad. Morton, welcome on in. How are you? Have a good rest of your day. Otherwise, we'll see you next year. Take care of yourself. But yeah, that's it's fun stuff as well. So, you know, that's the thing. Congrats, Molten, by the way. I saw that happen. I guess that's a good news on your end. Very green. Very green in all day. We do like. That's nice. Now the goal is to make sure that the promises are respected and honored, and then everything will be fine. I guess. I think you will probably have a run for 2 terms, 3 terms in terms of um, majority, and then probably people are gonna be starting to be pissed off at things because that's how it works, and then change and cry about it later. That's usually what happened. It was really impressive, though. The thing that I've seen was the elections from the last election where you had the Greens had something like 3%, 5%, something like that, and now being at 47%, I think, or 41%, I forgot. That was a very impressive jump. Congrats. I'm not really interested in the politics of Britain, the UK, you know. In terms of metrics, pretty good. We have ours. Um, I think March 15th, the municipal elections that are coming in basically soon. And I have no clue. I, first of all, I don't give a shit. But I I don't I don't know what's happening. I don't know who is in there. I don't know who are the candidates. I have heard nothing. I have received no paper. It's just, it's crazy how, because I don't have a TV and I'm not like up to date in the news of France, I don't know. Um, it's just, it's just wild to me. But yeah, yeah. I mean, roughly, the left party that is pretty okay for us most of the times. The right side is just bad. There is no questions about that. Um, but yeah, I'm not someone that is affected yet by any of the politics. So that's one of the reasons why I'm not that involved in the French politics. But then again, I also want to get the fuck out. So that's a reason. um, like I don't really care. I have always seen the fact that like the French in general in politics are just not good and not my cup of tea. And therefore, because I want to get the fuck out, it doesn't change anything. The last elections that I voted in, brace yourself, that was the most citizens thing that I could do. Cat was here. That's the first thing. I went to the office where you vote, and that was the first time that I saw the candidate. So you pick the candidates one by one from the table on the paper, then you go into the fucking thing, and you put it in the envelope, and then you put it in the voting booth and whatever. There was one that was better designs than the others, and that was mostly aligned with my politics based on their names. And that's the one that went in the fucking envelopes. That's the reason. That's it. The design was a bit better than the rest. Um, Nothing else. So, you can sway a generation of designers by just hiring a designer to get your flyers to be a bit better, and then you're good, and then you're nice, and then everything is working. So, yeah. But yeah, that happens next week or in 2 weeks. It's probably going to be the same for me. Gonna get in early in the morning, pick one at random, and be done with it. Like I don't know. I think the candidates right now, the thing that is kind of sad as well is the fact that we don't have, uh, as I said, I'm not impacted by the politics yet because I have the incurable disease that I have in my brain that needs to be uh, like paid for with the health insurance. There is some need for not cutting health insurance for the like uh long lasting disease. I feel like that's the best translation that I can have, but that's the only thing. And so far there hasn't been anything that is impacting me, but I know that some of the people that I have in my friend groups that are French, not in Paris, do have some issues with some of the politics that is currently in place. So I follow their advices because they are more involved and they are more impacted than me. And so if they tell me, well, you should probably do that for the sake of the community, the friendships, and the things, and I'm like, yeah, fine. Like my sister is more aligned. Um, it is. That's the biggest truth. It's yeah. As you said earlier, the left or right is mostly center or right now. So, eh, it's a bit of a weird thing. I feel like we do have some extremes when it comes to France, uh, but it's like not. Yes, yes. um, I feel like, yeah, none of. I don't know. The fact that I say climate is also. Uh, it's not the parties. It's never going to be the parties. Um, yeah, we have too many. I do agree with that as well. But then again, like it's the same thing as usual. It's just um we like everything that this party is doing, but we didn't like this thing, so we are building our own party as well. But we do the exact same thing except then because we couldn't come into an agreement. And that's usually like the two different blues that are around here. And these two are probably together, these two are probably together, but they are against each other in one specific department. And it's just, but yeah, we have a ton of like far right, which is kind of sad. Almost, I mean, not almost half, but still a lot. So it's uh, it's a weird situation. Um, yeah, I, I mean, I guess yes. Star Trek is always the The goal has always been the goal. I've been telling that since the beginning. Um, the only science fiction that is good is Star Trek. That's the only one that is hopeful, and that's one of the reasons why I think it's one of the best. If you look at all the science fiction that exists, it's always a dystopia where things have gone wrong. And Star Trek is just like, what if things went right? What if we figured it out? What if we had energy for everyone and UBI and all the things that are supposed to go right for humanity? And and yeah, and it's the only TV shows, movies, series that makes sense. Has always made sense to me. So, eh, there is aliens and other things, but it's like humans is what we are. That we are on one rock and we are humans and that's it. So, I get it. Nonetheless, I do agree with that. Countries should not exist. Currency should not exist. Um, uh, not really, but kinda. I don't know if I would say capitalism. I think it's mostly a planetary socialism thing, or communism more, because it's like uh, everyone is taken care of at a minimum, and then there is more or less here and there, but it's also like mostly the I mean the thing that we are seeing in Star Trek, as in the TV shows and the movies and so on, is the exploration. It's the scientific exploration. It's the adventures of looking for life in other star system and so on. We don't really see the politics within Earth. We only know Star Trek from the point of view of exploring and adventures. So yeah. Um but yeah, basically China in space. Which is pretty good. If I do say so myself. But yeah, so that to me, Star Trek is kind of the politics that I aim towards. I'm really happy with the fact that this one has been imprisoned officially, finally, because goddamn. But then again, I know that going back to where we were here, I don't know exactly when this one was. This is 2025, so that's last year. This is a lot of far right, and most of these just want me to be dead because my name is not French. But yeah, that's the reality of things on this one. So 138 people are like, well, your name is not a pure breed French, therefore you should die. You should get away. You should be exiled from the country. So I'm like, oh well, as long as I can have less of these in the country, that would be highly appreciated nonetheless. Going back to what you said earlier of looking at the political parties, uh, I guess flyers could be interesting to take a look at in terms of design because this is a design stream officially. Um, most of them are really bad and they rely on the personality that is behind the person, of course, but not necessarily the messages. Most of the time, most of these people are like not really like, this one is in prison, this one is sexual assault, this one is embezzlement, this one is old, this one is going to die soon because it's going to probably be killed by someone else that is not necessarily in agreement with him, even though sometimes it's pretty good. I don't know enough about this one. I know her kinda. He's the one that is screaming all the time, but is from the left, so that people kind of like it. And this one is good when it comes to the ecology, um, but then uh, she's old, so people don't relate. So yeah, yeah, he is. He is, but also like this one is in prison. This one is in prison. This one is on trial. So French, that's the issue. But when you look at them from a design point of view, most of these things like are not design. They rely on the face of the person, and you can see something again from a marketing point of view, from a design point of view, when they want to be recognized as from the people for the people. Um, like the current president here has people behind him. This one has is like the picture is taken within the city, and but everyone else is alone on their own. So that's something to, psychologically speaking, is interesting. Most of the others, not really. This one was just a joke, and it's it happens. It's the French, but we don't have like a ton of really good thing. This is crazy as of design style. I wish we could have the latest one. This looks like it's an AI generated thing based on the amount of colors we have. Um, but yeah, no, most of them I'm gonna do 2025 just for getting them. We don't have much fly wise. Yeah, I guess that's the only one where because they don't print in color most of the time. Um, we have one next week or in 2 weeks, Kane, to answer the question. Um, so these ones are the one that sometimes have a bit more interesting design because they are supposed to be monochromatic and they are supposed to be on kind of different types of paper. Obviously, the parties that have like a bit more money and a bit less interest in the environments would not. So this one, for example, and this one don't really care. Whereas these ones, which are pretty much uh, ecology focused and left leaning, I would say, they have like a very interesting design thing. The logo is pretty nice as well. Sadly, this one, which is a very far right, even though she doesn't want to say it, because she's sister or daughter of this one, which is currently in prison. I need to remind everyone that she's finally in prison. She has a good face, which doesn't help with the men's, obviously, and then she also has a good logo, so that helps. But yeah, like there are things that exactly that's the thing that we're doing, Kate. No, technically at this point it's not the national thing, it's the citywide, district-wide elections. So it's just for Paris. So who is gonna ruin the cities, not the country? But yeah, like the Animals Party, they have good intentions, but if they like rallied up with another one that has like similar values, it would work. Yeah, municipalities. Thank you. These two, because they are like daughter and mother, should be merged together. Um, yeah, for you specifically, la France Insoumise and the Mélenchon party is the one that people are kind of referring as potential. I have so many issues with politics in general for with that, the age of these guys and girls. I mean, there is two women, so that doesn't really do much. But like most of them are, it's very old, and it's really sad. We have more women than before, which is good, but the age group is like 49, 50-ish, but we still have a ton of like above 50, and that is just that's a bit sad. That's a lot more complex to achieve, and you're right that it takes a lot of time to campaign and so on, and it takes a lot of money as well. But then there is also this thing which is really sad because the younger generation is right leaning. And so the younger generation that is right leaning is more relatable for the younger generation that is voting. And therefore, they are gaining a lot of traction compared to the unrelatable 60-ish politicians. So that's a very sad thing. But yeah, the right leanings are like 47 in average. Um, the left leaning are 52, 50, 51 roughly. So that's a thing that also doesn't really work. But eh, eh. I would say though, this website and uh, I don't know if it's this one or this one, but they used to have like a very interesting visualization of the seats in the parliament, and that is design wise, again, still design stream, is a very interesting thing. It's really nice to see that they are doing a nice representation of the election, of the output of the election while it's getting out. When there is like a municipalities that is out uploading their results, then you have like the seats that are populating. These things are pretty cool. So yeah, they are doing a really good job when it comes to data visualization. So see that, but then you also see like where I used to live um, is pretty much left wing, which is good. Where the rest of my mom's side family is pretty much center, and then where I currently live is such a mixed match of everything, doesn't really count. But overall, like we are roughly center left with a ton, like everything that is brown, which I love that they used the poop color for the uh, far right. Good choice. Good choice. But yeah, no, that's God damn. Also, this one, which is kind of not true, but is true. One of the reasons why our current president was elected was because he was like 39 when he got elected. And so that kind of rallied up a ton of younger people being like, well, there is a bit of relatability in between the two, and therefore we will have like a better output. I again, as I mentioned, I am not impacted by any of the politics directly. I am impacted for sure, but it's not something that is life changing every time. So I wouldn't be able to give you like one of the things that they have done since they've got elected that has impacted my life on a daily basis. Like I am so detached of the thing. As always, I know exactly my values. I know where I stand. I just like don't be a dick, and that's about it. And if your behavior is the behavior of someone that is not supposed to be alive, well, you shouldn't be alive, and that's about it. So I'm a bit more extremist than a lot of people, but it's also like, well, don't be a dick. Like, just be respectful, have some manners, and have a chat with the people that you're not really in agreement with, and everything should be fine. But that doesn't work. That's not a party. It should be, but it's not. Anyways. Anyways. Oh, yeah, I feel like I missed something. Um, Kane, I can't read your question. How's Therian think in French? What do you mean, the? Is there a space that you missed? You may probably have missed a space. Uh, I don't think I do. Oh yeah, no, I don't think we do. I mean, we probably do, but not. Uh, Not that I know of with that description. That description, mm, I don't know. But interesting. Interesting nonetheless. Yeah, not really aware of that. Not a thing that we are aware of. But yeah, uh, this is the one that I have on in in mind. I wish they had a fucking website, but obviously they don't. Um, because whatever. But then again, when you look at from a design point of view, this looks like shit. And it's the AI gradient before the AI gradient was a thing. So obviously they are more hipster than others. Their logo is interesting, but it means not much. Like some people see it as an O, some people see it as a P, some people see it as a different thing. Um, so whatever. The entire thing is fine, but that's it. Like it's fine. Readability is really bad, and they could have like more editorial work being done in there. But yeah. Um like they have overall like a pretty okay program when it comes to what they are saying, but then when you go into the um I guess that's the other one. Um this is the total opposite, the far right. So I would say these ones are far left ish, so left, and these ones are far right, which is like further than far right. And I'm not gonna say that you can tell who's who when you just also these images are not. God damn, fuck me. Obviously, right now I'm compressing the things, uh, but these ones are like, oh yeah, we have fun colors, and these ones are like, we are French, and it's like blue, white, and red, and that's it, because that's all we want. And they want money. You have the donation things at the bottom. Um, so, like that's the thing. Um, but then you look at the design of the site, and that all of these are squished images. For what reason? I don't know. I don't know. Again, the thing that I said as well is that when you're looking at the broad political spectrum of France and their idealism outputs, um, there is a lot of overlaps in between the left and the right, and both of the extremes and all of the parties. There is a ton of things that they do agree on, and they could agree on, and they could say, you know what? Let's just agree on this and be civil about it, but they're not. So, ugh. But then you can also, I mean, from my point of view, that's the thing that I'm like, pattern recognitions and so on. Here is just, we need your emails and um, your zip code, and that's it. And we will count you as part of the movement and so on. And then you have information, and you have articles and things that you can read about the things that they are doing, and then you have the program and see the other data and so on that they have about the party. Whereas here, they want your vote, and that's it. They don't care about you. They don't care about anything else. It's just like the first thing that we had was a donation banner at the bottom. This second one is you won't be available on these dates, so give procuration, which is like giving your vote to someone that you know that will vote for you, basically. And it it's just like it's two different goals in what they are supposed to do. So one of them is just like we just want numbers, so that we can prove that we have numbers, and these ones is we just want your money, and then make sure that you vote for us. Uh, but yeah, it's a very interesting thing, at least from my point of view. I feel like it's um, very fun to see the difference in between the two things. That's broken though. That's a 100 VH situation again to make sure that this thing is the right height. Still another dev that hasn't changed. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. I do think that the right sometimes has a bit of a better layout in websites compared to the left, but nah, not good enough to make me vote for them though. That would go against principles. But yeah, that carousel, eh, you know, something a bit of work went into that, just a bit. Uh, but yes, it is a lot of stocks. Again, because they have the money. Like that's also the thing that is really fun for me. It's like they have the money, and they are not allowing people that don't have the money to come in. So if you don't dress well, if you don't take care of your image, if you are not like the proper French that you're supposed to be, well, you're not gonna be um, like recognized as a member of the party. Whereas here, it's like we need the fucking numbers. That's it. That's all we need. We need the numbers, and help us. We need it. We don't have the money, but we don't ask for the money because we know that you don't have the money either. And that's why we are the party of the people. So it's a bit of a fun thing. One of the things that they are saying is that they're what's the word for the SMIC in English? The minimal income? I don't know. Nonetheless, they want to put it at 1600 instead of the current 12. So it's $400 more per month, which is not much specifically now. And they wanted to make sure that the retirement is at 60 and that the prices of things can't go up, which this is never gonna happen and never gonna be feasible based on the fact that the manufacturers and the importation is coming from outside of France. So the prices are gonna be dictated by the outside, not by the inside. So this one is kind of not necessarily a good option, and I don't know what that is. I have no clue what these acronym mean. Um, so that's never gonna happen. But yeah, there's again, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what they are promoting. I just know that they have a good designer that takes care of the topography on everything that they are creating, and they are doing a great job at looking or finding good fonts, good presentation, good flyers, good stuff. That guy is or has been on TikTok for a while, has been doing podcasts for a while. I think that you can't really do uh, if you're not like digital native. So his team is pretty good. But then again, based on the fact that um, he is old, I wish we had the age. Um, Obviously, there is no fucking age there. '74. He's 5 years old than my dad. I mean, not really. Technically speaking, my dad's dead since 2018, and he's dead at 69. So, yeah, dad is already dead and was younger. So I'm not expecting this one to remain alive for a lot longer. God damn. That's one of the issue as well, like that I have. I have a feeling that this is probably going to be uh, potentially short-lived activities, knowing how the like government infrastructure and the fact that you are like getting into the government um take a toll on your health in general. You've seen that many times where people are like, again, the current president was 39 when he went to office. Now you look at them and you're like, well, he aged, yes, a lot, and I can tell. He's still young, but not that young anymore. And same thing for Obama when we saw like the first picture in office, and then the second at the exit. Um, like kind of crazy of a difference. I'm not expecting this one to remain alive for the whole thing. But then again, I said the same thing for Trump, and Trump is still alive, so I don't know. We could be surprised. We could be surprised. But yeah, so far, municipalities, everything is marketing anyways. So if the party has a better design, it will work better. And if they have like a better online presence, it would work better. And as I said, because I haven't seen a single thing, I'm also blocking every French content that I see on my phone on my feed. So that is that reason. But still, uh, usually I receive the papers about a month before the elections. So the fact that right now I haven't received anything is kind of crazy. I wish that wasn't the case, but I think that is the case. So, That's uh, that's pretty interesting. Also, I just noticed earlier that the physics is working here as well. I wasn't expecting it to work here as well, but it does. It's a bit of a simple system, but you know, it's neat. Anyways, anyways, so yeah, I have been going back to the design stuff. I've been working on the table section yesterday, and we now have something that is pretty okay for what we have in Figma. It does the selection of the rows. It just doesn't behave properly when it comes to the checkbox. The checkbox is supposed to be a checkbox, and it doesn't work as a checkbox yet. And I need to figure that out. So that's something. The rating is working, which is something that I wasn't expecting to do, but it does. So that's cool. And it's still not good. Not gonna lie, there is a ton of things that just don't work. It's really making me rethink and not appreciate, but go back to some of the initial chats I had with devs that basically told me that working with tables is a pain in the ass. And I agree. I agree. It's been a pain in the ass to create a table and make it work like a table properly. So it shouldn't. It should work, but it doesn't. So yeah, that's the that's the weird thing, nonetheless. As mentioned, I did a lot of things for the uh, additional examples underneath with JavaScript outputs, HTML outputs based on the actual content and how it's supposed to work. There is still syntax highlighting that needs to be implemented in this. And then one of the things that I want to do is if I have examples like this, and I know that I don't have like more than three, having them side by side will help, as in basic table, sortable table, as two options would be like a very, very simple thing to do. So that might happen. Most of these things also have a ton of issues when it comes to dark mode and light mode switches, where it works, but it doesn't work. So that's something to think about. But yeah, we'll see. The thing that I did was go into Tailwind components, specifically in the showcase and what they have currently created, so they can see how the thing can be used. That's basically the idea. I kind of want to have some places where I can use reference websites that are generated with the Mom UI kit, so that would be pretty useful. Or go directly into the component things
Atakanbakix is just resubscribed for 31 months. 31.
and go there. Atakan, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Welcome back. 31 is a long time. 31 is a long time. How's the seaside, I guess? You are close to the sea. How's everything? How's the medicine situation? The life there? Did you figure out the language yet? I doubt it. So yeah, these are the type of thing that I kind of want to have. And obviously these things are less and less complex, but having a presentation like here where you have preview, the code, and then potentially like different styling based on options, different outcomes when it comes to the type of code that you have. Like these are the type of thing that I do like. What I see is that every time that you are doing this, you are getting like a page refresh, basically entirely, which is interesting. Not necessarily something that I would do, but whatever. So, it's an interesting thing. for me to see when it comes to how they have displayed and presented um, all of the elements. So I do like that. But yeah, that's kind of the plan for me. And then, as we mentioned last month, 2 months ago, I forgot, a while ago now, the Figure Tailwind is kind of dying because it's overused through AI, but it's not like paid. People don't pay for it because the AI can generate the things directly and it's fine. Um, one of the reason why I need to say that to them directly, but one of the reason why people don't know is because these pricing things are at the bottom of the page. If it was right here as a first encounter, you just open the thing and it's like, if you want access to the entire thing, it's going to cost you 129 bucks. But here are some previews. People would know because right now we just have the pricing right here, which is a very, very tiny thing. So yeah, just reorganize your shit. Anyways, so going through these and making sure that I have like a pretty good understanding of their presentation and examples and so on is really useful for me to make sure that we then end up in something that makes more sense. So, you know, at some point it will be fine, but it's just like so far not the best, but fine. This doesn't have enough space at the top. Need to change that. Um, but yeah, it's kind of wild. There is a ton of things in there. I've been saying that as well. Let me read that. Um, I don't like what I have right now. I think we have 90% of the components and most of the thing that needs to happen, but it just doesn't feel right in the sense that some of the things that I want to have just don't match together. Like I think I've mentioned that, but I think it would make a lot more sense if this section was here. Like if basically you had a toggle to say show me the anatomy, and then um and then have all of that with what is the construction and where you can see other things. Like that makes a lot more sense. Um, but yeah, that's kind of the plan. Just having this right there on top of that as an overlay would be so much more efficient than what we currently have. So yeah, let me read that. Weather's getting better. Nice. Snow melted. You had snow. Interesting. Sea was frozen. That's neat. Um, couldn't get any meds. That's bad. Lectures experimental. So we are doing some experiments with old tech. Interesting. There's no how to say hi and thank you. It happens. Um, had some dates, but I got ghosted from one match, sadly. Uh, I get it. I get it. Um, and yes, don't. I didn't start Mom again. I decided to do the thing that I said I would do the first time when I started to work on it 2 years ago. Basically, the main plan uh, on here has always been in the beginning, it's going to be a UI kit for Figma because I don't have the skills. But the goal is to also have the same UI kit inside of Framer and then the same UI kit inside of Code. And the initial idea was to have the icons themselves um, and the components as Tailwind components. So that was the plan, but that always has been the plan, and sometimes it's just like not as easy as it looks. Uh, So that took a while. And so now I'm basically working on making sure that the new landing page makes sense, that all of that has the icon navigation, the system navigation, and the components navigation as well, so that you can just say, oh, I need a button. What's the code for the button? What's the thing that I need in plain HTML? Like, for example, that's the thing that I need for the CSS ref based on the package and so on. And then we need this as a web component so that you can just copy paste that code and get it inside of your code base file thing right away. That's the plan. But yeah. But right now there's still something that pisses me off about it, so I will need to figure out exactly why it's not great, other than the fact that it just doesn't behave as it should. So yeah. Um, and if you already have the Mom UI kit, then you will get access to this for free. I mean, included in what you already have. So that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Creating some emotional effect with real old projector. Some cameras and responders. Mm-hmm. That's the name. There's some controls. You can mix the footage, uh, wipe it with some colors effect. Yes, you're doing some data motion and motion controls or motion graphics with old tech, which is pretty cool. That's a very nice thing to do. And Iconoclasts, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? Um, what do you not like about Duolingo? Hmm? That's the question. Um, you don't reach the new one yet. Um, it will be reachable when this is dropping in the landing page by default. But like for now, that's not the case. That's going to take a while. As I just said, I need to figure out exactly what's pissing me off about this. And I need to make sure, like, if I look at Align UI, which is very similar, um, the fact that they now have their base components as well, which are coded components, and all of that is stuff that I kind of want to replicate. I feel like this doc is potentially a good option of like simplicity of explaining. Like, this is the code that you want to have, and this is the entirety of the code that you need. This is all of the output and so on. And so I'm making, instead of having all of that, which is very much too much from my point of view, I'm rather getting something right away. So you arrive on the button and you're like, okay, cool, I need the tertiary button with the XL size, and it needs to be an icon only version, and that's it. And therefore you can have like your ARIA label for that icon button. So you will need a selector for the icon that you want. And then here have a copy code button right there, and then you copy it, you paste it into your ID, and you're done. Or you just import the thing through your terminal with npm install whatever, and then you're done. And you just use the thing directly inside of your JS files or your whatever files, and you're done. So that's the plan, but it's gonna take some time. It's gonna take some time. So we'll see. What do you have against the bird? I could have guessed because I don't know. I eh. Doesn't teach you nuances. Yes, just like literal translation, and for Spanish it teaches a flavor of Latin American. I see, which is not Catalan or really Spanish. Also, it shows bad structure for chess. It is diabolical. I don't know about chess. I'm just using it for Japanese, so obviously limited. The only thing that I would say is that most people, and most people that have beef with Duolingo have beef with first version, um, like, yeah, first version of Duolingo. Like they haven't been using Duolingo since they last used it, and therefore they can't see the benefits. Like the most of the people that are learning Japanese that are saying Duolingo for Japanese is really shit. That is uh, untrue now. It used to be true. Like the first, if I go back to some of the first levels, if I can do that, I don't think I can. But yeah, some of the section one and so on in the beginning was uh really bad, but then they reformatted the entirety of the Japanese section, and obviously I'm not like making a ton of progress nonetheless. But um, you know, overall it is okay. The thing that I say for Duolingo is good is it basically teaches you regularity. So you will most of the time get your streak and keep your streak and retain uh, that for as long as you can without having to freeze your streak because that's no good. So you just practice every day. So in terms of getting into the habit of practices, oh, I used a streak freeze once in March 2025. God damn. Um, and so I had another one in December for obvious reasons, but that makes a lot of sense to me. So you get this habit of practice, and that to me is a very good system in order to get the habit of practicing on a daily basis, and that triggers other things. So obviously, when I'm like right here, and this is the beginning of my day or the end of my day, depending on whatever, I'm gonna go to Duolingo because I see this and I don't want my streak to die, and then I'm gonna go into Can, obviously, for learning my own Japanese with the vocabulary that I'm learning at the moment, which might be um, the onomatopoeia section, because that's the current thing that I kind of like. And I'm just gonna do a quiz, and Duolingo is the catalyst trigger for my learning sessions. So that is like one of the reasons as well. And obviously I've been at it for a while now, so that is a big ass number. But Duolingo on its own is, to me, more used like uh, an initial trigger for the action of learning for the day and making sure that the habit remains the habit. And by now, I'm very much not practicing. I'm just retaining the streak, and that's it. So it doesn't teach me much, uh, but it does teach me some things here and there. The the thing that I hate about it is that it is extremely slow. Learning on Duolingo is extremely slow, specifically in the sense that your actions within the session of the day is or are extremely slow. So if you are doing something like one of the new audio tests that they have, you are going to spend half of that 30 seconds to a minute of audio within the basically in between, like introduction animation, what is this going to be about? Thing that you're supposed to learn, repeating so that you answer the question number one, two, and three, and then the end, the last 5 to 10 seconds of the animation running and the explanation of what happened during the conversation. All of that is a waste of time. And if I just go back there and do one of the, I don't know if I can do one of the sessions here. That's the wrong app. If I can do something here, because that's not necessarily going to work. But if I go on this, and obviously I'm not going to do that because I don't have anything in there. But here, for example, I have something that I would probably have a bit of a hard time reading, but I would have a pretty okay time listening. So, um, mm, I guess maybe can. Yeah, that's the, yeah, dang. But what I just did, same thing. If I listen to this and I know what it means, or if I read this and I know what it means, I'm gonna spend more time to do this. Um, like organizing the words when I knew exactly what it meant, but just finding the words in that thing and then having to click the continue button and move on and so on. So to me, Duolingo is just a waste of time, but it's a trigger for the day of learning. And again, if I go there and I just either you know or you don't, and it's like, oh yeah, um, I didn't know that. You know, like it's that's not the thing. Didn't know this one is a. I don't know most of these because these are new to me. Dara dara, dara dara. Yeah, but that's faster. Also, less questions. Obviously, I have like less things here, but it just works faster for me. So that's it depends on what you're learning. But yeah, nonetheless, if you are learning languages, as in Spanish and so on, I could recommend you check Lingo Hut because it's pretty good. So if you are someone that is like really interested in learning a new language right away, you can go into maybe you're learning Catalan, you know, um, or something else, and then you will have the entirety of the curriculum that they have, and from there they have very simple systems of cards that you need to repeat. They tell you, then you use your mic to repeat them. You have games so that you can practice, and then you have like presentation sentences that you can reuse for your exercises. Most of it is meant to be mostly um, speech based, right? You need to be able to speak in order to be able to communicate with the rest of the people that are speaking the language, and therefore going through speech first and then writing or reading at the same time, roughly, is a pretty good thing. So Lingo Hot is pretty nice. Also, it's free. So I'm not going to complain about that. You can obviously give them some money if you want to. Um, you know, it's it's a good option. And then the other one is Loxon, which is a bit of a weirder one, but I same system, same concept, same ID. it works. And it's mostly meant to be same thing, speech based or speech initially, so that you can go through things and you have your listening practice for the day and so on. It's a very simple thing, at least from my point of view. It's a very simple thing, but it works. Um, so we like it. We like it. It's fine. The only thing that I don't like about it is that it's made by French people. So yeah. uh, that reason, it's just that. Why? I know I'm saying this, and it sounds as if I'm beefing with uh, the French, but there are reasons. The main reason with why I hate French built software is because the French have a tendency to be better than everyone in their own feelings. So their ego is just like, well, this is the best thing you're gonna get, and you can't find a better option elsewhere. And I'm like, fuck you, I found better 2 seconds before reaching your website. And it's just like, I have a bit of an issue with how snob and above everyone else they are. So that's the thing. But the overall, the overall system of Loxin is pretty interesting. It works. They have a pretty good amount of like languages, and so you know it makes sense. So yeah, it's a pretty useful thing. um, let me check that. Let me check this thing. That seems that's interesting. I wouldn't say this is the same styles, but yeah, I mean, I recognize some things as templates, but I also recognize some of the, oh, I found this texture and I think we should use it everywhere. Like this texture and that pink thing in the background needs to be everywhere. Um, the logo is nice though. That's there's that there's that there's that one thing. But yeah, that's the recommendation for learning languages. I need a pee though. 1 second. First private bank? That's crazy. I wouldn't have said that this is a private bank. I would have said this is a friends to friends um banking system. Like this, which has been renamed, but that's French as well. And the website is a bit better. Um Basically they wanted to become Cash App, off France, and it's just never gonna happen. They are working though. What? God damn. They piss me off, by the way. Let me rant for a second, and then I'm gonna click on that link. Um, they basically changed their name to Sumeria for some fucking reason, out of nowhere, and it doesn't really matter, right? Their app is still called Lydia in a way, and then they have like the bank that is Sumeria, which is above, which is the company, and so on. And they did that, and I was like, you know what? I don't give a shit. Anyways, I don't use your app, so let me just delete my account. So I deleted my account, and then a year later, they told me that they changed the name, and since then, I've been receiving emails from them as if I still had an account, which is 100% against the GDPR data retentions of rent. So if I was to just get a lawsuit and saying, well, you were supposed to delete the entirety of my account when I said so in 2018, why didn't you do so? I could gain some money, but also I mean I don't give a shit. But goddamn. But yeah, their website is a bit better than the one that you had said a second ago. That looks more like a bank. That's the blue that we like for banks, so I get it. And they also have that pink that you have on the other side, which is pretty interesting. That's a very bank website, yes. I'm not gonna lie, this is a very bank thing. It's pretty funny because this one is basically the same blue, or at least it used to be a very similar blue. We used to have like very much the same, but it's I mean, to me it's kind of crazy how similar these two are when you're looking at them so close together. Like this one is a bit more vibrant than this one, but that's just like, even on stream you can't really see the difference. I mean, you can see the difference, but it's like not so much. So you know, interesting. And then if I go into here in my drafts, I guess, this one that I worked on for the French bank that I was on a second ago, same thing. Like it's very much the same vibe with the same blue and gradients and stuff. Oh my god, how bad of a designer I was at that time. Yes, blue is trust, and therefore money is the thing. Yeah. I was a utilitarian when it came to this one specifically, and it just doesn't make any sense. Like at that point, I didn't really understand why we had bigger buttons closer to the thumbs. Like it didn't click, because at that time your phone were not that big. So it didn't really matter. But yeah, that's a really bad thing. really bad. Basically, that ID was the slide to unlock from the iPhone. So this is a 2010. Yeah, I would say 2010, 2011 redesign thing that I did. And you know, like it was kind of crazy and people didn't really know, so you could slide to unlock to slide to do the thing. And now it would be like, well, if you ask me to do a very specific gesture action for something that could be just a tap, what the fuck? So, yeah, I was bad. No denying it. Same blue. Same blue and same pink. I'm guessing Turkey is pink and blue for financial, but then this one is pretty green. Blue green. I mean, their logo is green, but the rest is blue. So that's is this the main competition? Um, as in BBVA, something that is like um one of the main banks. Yeah, but same, it's fucking blue. Blue in an accent color. And the accent color on this one is a bit of a teal. Accent color on this one is a bit of a wine pink. Um, and yeah, I mean, as I meant, not this one, as I mentioned before, one bank, which is the one that I have when I'm in Japan, is now interesting. But obviously, yes, it is a fucking Japanese website. So, uh, uh, yeah, it's a bit of a crazy thing. It's a lot more colors. Um, I love their cards. I'm not. I. I'm not gonna lie. The only reason why I have this bank is because it's the fucking card. They have the transparent slit in the center. This is really cool. I don't know if I still have them. Uh, like right now, I think I still have the other one, which probably needs to be reissued. I need to figure that out. That's gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass, though. Uh, but yeah, it's a very fun thing, and they used to be called B33, which is for some reason very close to that bank, which is called N26, and they used to have this color. They used to have the design that is this one to one. So it was really interesting to see, at least from a designer point of view, and we talked about it on stream before, where they had exactly like one bank used to have exactly the same features, the same cards, the same color scheme, the same activities um, of the previous version of N26, because basically they were copying the thing. So that was interesting, and now they have rebranded entirely with one bank and one, which is these two first characters, U and N, or wa and N is wa. Wa is the sound that a dog does. So instead of saying woof or bark, something in Japanese is one. So one is a dog barking, and it's also one as in one single. Um, so now that's I think it's pretty nice. Um, but the only issue that I have with them is that their app is only in Japanese, and therefore I have a very hard time to navigate through the entire thing. It's just I can't read. I can't read. The only thing that I know is that I'm receiving some emails from them often of new features, because it's coming up really good. But yeah, they are a very good app, because it is not really, but like it is an online only app. So yeah, um, if you are not on an iPhone, there is um, an app called More Local. Um, which for anyone else that is like not necessarily in there, Moloko is something that will basically force translate on top of your apps. It's extremely useful, and I wish we had the same thing on iOS, but we don't. And it makes no sense because it's so good. I wish we had it. But yeah, Moloko has been like a very, very useful thing in the beginning of my career as a designer as well, because I could use some of the apps that I was not supposed to get access to, specifically some of the Ukrainian apps that I liked a lot, and now I have lost. But yeah, really, really useful. Really, really useful. Um, anyways, but yeah, I wish I had like a way for me to get like the app in uh, not just Japanese, but maybe one day that will come in. I don't know. I get it though. The bank is not available elsewhere. Like you're not supposed to have access to the bank outside of Japan. So there is no way for them to say, well, let's make the app English as well. Like it doesn't make any sense. Which I understand. I understand. So, anyways, back to this. We have a ton of components. Most of them are working. As mentioned, most of them are working in both styles. There are some issues here and there, like this one for some fucking reason doesn't want to cooperate and be a full width select like it is right here. I think it's just a preview, but I've been trying to fix that and I can't fix that. So one day, um, these ones are supposed to be like a selector, but for some reason they are not, and that makes no sense. Like this is the thing that we're supposed to see. It doesn't work, so I'm gonna need to switch that. Um, all of the things that we have are pretty much working and align with the Figma file, so that's pretty cool. The only thing that I haven't done, I think the list is something that I haven't touched yet. The carousel is something that I should touch like really, really quickly. So that's a detail. And then the feature section is pissing me off because it's too much text for what it is. So I'm probably going to remove that and or place it somewhere else, like maybe having the feature and the installation on the side, because the installation is probably going to be the same 99% of the time. Um, Once you understand how it's supposed to be behaving, you know, you're going to be pretty good. So that's a debate. Tax is good. Chord is good. Divider is good. As mentioned, it's mostly like the... How can I say that? Also, that's not matching. The simplicity in the controls that just needs to be worked on rather than the components themselves, these are pretty okay. They work 90% of the time. So we like it. But, you know, that's the plan. So we have, I think we should change that to make sense. I don't know which folder would be the best for this. Right now what I'm doing is re-adding or re-changing the config to get like the proper rendering of the components underneath. So let's just config push this just so that I have something that is safe and start something new. Probably with Kibi, just to be faster. I guess. So in the viewers, we have some selector that don't behave as they should. Like the checkbox, size, select. That should use the segmented control instead. All controls using our components. That's gonna take a while. That is gonna take a while. But Timmy is faster. Since I said that, it's gonna take a while. Way longer. Way longer than expected. Let's see if that works. I just noticed that I couldn't type. God dang. Oh, by the way, sub story about the fire in the building that is nearby. They stayed, the firefighters and the fire brigade and so on, stayed on site until basically yesterday evening. So the fire was on Monday, and they stayed with the trucks, with the things, up to Tuesday night. Almost 2 days of checks. This is kind of impressive overall. But yeah, it's a bit of a scary thing. I don't know exactly what triggered the thing. I didn't go there to check. Probably should, but yeah, was impressive. That was impressive. I also feel like I missed something. Why is me like this? I didn't. It's crazy. It is crazy. So, with that, radio is now MD and SEM. That makes sense. Switch is the same thing. Great. That's much better. That's much better. Let's do a large one and zoom in on the issues that it is. The checkbox in intermediate is broken, and show both the line and the check, but offsetted. Not good. Probably needed 2T's. Yeah, probably does need 2T's. I don't know why it's so hot today. That's crazy. I don't think this is a good idea, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Opening a window. Goddamn. Maybe bringing in some fresh air from the outside, but also some light, a lot of light. Goddamn. I am in the sun. That still hasn't changed anything. Oh my god. As I said earlier, I think I'm trying to make sure that the system is behaving like Figma. Like that's basically my goal. I want this thing to have a component-like behavior, and that's the thing that I want to change because I need this to be, yeah, still the same issue. Uh, I want to be able to have like a source of truth in one place and say that this is my component and I can reuse it wherever I want and wherever I need it. Um, but the thing that is most important for me is making sure that if I make some changes somewhere, it's impacting everything all the time, everywhere. And usually when I'm seeing this, this is not the the behavior. Like it just doesn't work. Um, but the other thing that I kind of want to have is the animation section, and that is a lot more complex from a pure JavaScript and HTML, or not JavaScript, a pure HTML and CSS point of view. Creating the transitions in between the states is a lot more work than if I use something like motion.dev or frame motion, which is basically the same thing, or JSAP to get the animation to work. So I don't know exactly what would be the best course of actions to make sure that the micro interruptions that I want to have inside of these things is working. So, yeah. Still see the check, the left, and minus on the right. The container. I guess main goal here is going to be to transform the check SVG to become the minus SVG with a nice, I guess, micro interaction. Um, I don't know if that will help specifically with Kimi. It should because it has a bit of a better rendering, but yeah, um, I don't think what it's currently doing is gonna work. I'm gonna be honest. These changes don't seem to be pretty good. uh, yeah, that, that's not gonna be nice. But we never know. We never know. Maybe it's gonna be fine. Maybe it's gonna be fine. Gonna see in a second. The reason why I'm saying it's not gonna work is because of the fucking scale and system that they have put in place. Dang, that is not. Yeah, I see. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess this is some of the thing that is kind of annoying, and I wish I had more understanding of how this works and how I can utilize display or whatever functions of Tailwind for this for the transitions, but I don't. So I'm kind of stuck with whatever the LM is providing me, and it's never good. So that's a thing. I'm also thinking about the fact that this might be a build issue where I need to build and run, like rerun that in order to make sure that I have everything proper, which is an option. But I don't know. Yeah, like the fact that right now it's using Z index for placement makes absolutely no sense to me. Um, so I will probably need to change model to fix that because this is not good. If this one doesn't fix it, which it might, um, I'm gonna, yeah, it doesn't. I'm gonna revert and change model because that's really bad. Right here, I guess. I guess. I also wish I could have like a preview, like a real preview, uh, within cursor rather than relying on Leon on this. It's fine, but it's not great. Yeah, no, it's still the same. That's the most LLM friendly message I could change or send. That makes absolutely no sense for anyone, be included. We don't like this. We don't like this. Also, I hate the I see the issue now because that's not true. It was the truth. Um, it would work. Also, just adding an important makes. Yeah, I mean it works, but it's also like really bad. Ugh. Right, cool. I guess. Um, yeah. Still don't like it though, but it's fine. I'm gonna keep that for now and hope for the best. Controls is what that is, but it's really bad. Um, yeah. Uh, let's put that in plan so that we have something a bit better. The goal here is to make sure that when we are going through all of our components there, the controls on the side make sense. And I'm going to do that manually at some point, but for the sake of using AI for using AI, it doesn't cost me much to just make it read the things for me and figure out that, oh yeah, that component is using this thing incorrectly compared to the others, or that one specifically behave in a way that is not supposed to behave that way, or it's missing that thing that we need to have, or it's not, uh, how's it called? Contextual, yeah, for what is currently displayed. Because there are things that, like, for example, here, if we had in our, let's use the buttons because it makes sense. We have the options for the placeholder icon here, and we can select other icon if needed, just for the sake of checking things. That something that is pretty useful. Gasmate, welcome on in. Good day to you too. Good morning. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Um, well, yeah, that's not what I asked. I asked for a plan. Um, maybe. Yeah, that's I mean it's about to be 10 for you, so I get it. I get it. Start of the day. In it. Start of the day. Specifically on Wednesdays. Wednesdays are midweek. Things needs to happen. Things have happened. You know. Yeah, makes sense. See, that makes no sense. Um, Interesting. Oh yeah, right. Sorry. I have that. No, not yours. I have New York. Um, that's these are the only two that I have. Japan and New York. Um, eh. Yeah, let's build it. Yeah, I know. I know, but as the European that I am, you don't know where countries are in Europe. We don't know where states or cities uh, in the US are either. So that to me, it's like Chicago is in my head is between Texas and New York. So, you know, it's like I it's gonna be an hour earlier than New York, and that's about it. That's all I know. That is all I know. Um, this is so bad. Sorry, this is so bad. Interesting. Basically, it goes through the edits of the MD file as a completed instead of editing the to do, which is really bad. That's not how it's supposed to work. Ah, you missed the beginning of the stream when we talked about government and politics related websites and how badly designed they are. That's that's a thing. Wasn't necessarily an interesting uh, concept. Most of the content that we have in French are really bad, anyways. So yeah, no, it happens. What do we have here? I'm probably gonna need a strong refresh for all that. Yeah, I mean that works. It will work. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, uh, wild guess. I know that New York is like here, and I know that Texas is here. So, dang it. It's like the thing. But other than that, I'm like in the middle, there's Chicago right there, which makes sense, right? It's in between the two, but it's just like I wouldn't be able to locate uh out of nowhere. I think the only one I know, like for sure, is Texas, Florida, California, for many reasons, and that's it. Um, and New York, of course, but like New York, I'm usually mistaken with New York City and New York State, which are different. So yeah, but then I don't know the top either. So it's it's the same. I have an easier time here though. Tohoku Beppu, kind of go like that's so that's kind of easier for me, but I that makes sense. And then same here, right? Not gonna lie. Um, it's not that complicated, but it's not that simple either to figure out um all of that, like all of the variations of the things, specifically when you have um names that are really similar and in French, um like um Slovenia and Slovakia are too close for me. Um, so yeah, it's fine. It's fine. One day, one day we'll figure it out. Um, let's see. Let's see it. You probably have seen um yeah, you probably have seen this many times. And I love this thing because there is a lot of people that even from Europe are like, isn't that French? Isn't that the the link in between the two? Isn't that the and yeah, they are do I mean a lot of people are doing the exact same thing in many places. Um, yeah, it makes sense. I also liked the street interview with the US map upside down, and that Americans were like, well, this is obviously uh, Africa or something. I forgot what they said. That's pretty good. Um, I think the features section makes no sense. Um, ah. We'll see if that works. Basically, what I'm saying is that this section is interesting, but it doesn't help in any way, shape, or form on uh, a usage-based situation. So if we remove that and we get the anatomy when we have the anatomy to display something. So button, for example, here, that anatomy should go back up. And then once we have the anatomy, I will then move the code underneath the linked things so that we have proper stuff. Let's see. I don't think it will work. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. Yeah, just like that. Just like that. Um, the anatomy section we need to code bar at the bottom. See if that helps. Basically, we want this section to be underneath everything so that when you are here, you see the button, the anatomy of how it's constructed, and then the code would be underneath when necessary. That should be fine. That should help. That should help. Yep, just like that. Which one is the fattest of fattest? I think the modal might be the fattest of them all. Eh, it's fine. It's fine. It's working. It does its job. Are these still working? No. Interesting. That is supposed to send you to here. Cool. That the sublink, I guess, sub components links when nested are not working. And simply sending the user to the parent component instead. I guess. We'll see if that works. We'll see if that works. This section, by the way, is pretty interesting or pretty good from my point of view compared to other things. So if I go back into Align UI because it makes sense and it helps. If I go into, I don't know, we probably will have like a notification or let me see something that is a bit more. Yeah, something like this, for example, would need to have the construct of how it looks. And so what they do here is that you don't really have information about the linked elements. Um, if I go into this, for example, these are icons and these are tabs, but you don't really know if they are composed of something else because, I mean, the example that I have is that on here for our navigation for the tabs, we simply kind of are reusing the buttons. We have created the buttons once and we are reusing the buttons and restyling them because in reality, you're clicking on buttons and then the button just stays active, which is not the default state, but we're reusing the same thing. So same concept, same ID, but it's give us something that's a bit better. Um, no. No. But but I'm gonna uh how do you say? Um expose myself. Kinda. The reason why that doesn't happen is because when I was a kid, we had a farm nearby and we used to go there to play with baby goats and goats. And it was interesting the first two times, but then after that, I stopped the interest. The only reason we went there was for the goat cheese because there were friends in the farm and they had goat cheese, and my mom liked it. I did too. And yeah, other than that, mm-mm, not really, not really an activity that I think I want to do. So that input field is supposed to send you there. Yeah, it still doesn't work. I'm going to be vague on this one as well. But yeah, no, I used to do that. That's one of the benefits of uh, growing up somewhere around here, where like nothing, nothing really exists in that environment other than farming and winery. So again, if I zoom in and I showcased that before, everything that is square is grapes for wine. Or if you look at it a bit closely, these are olive olive trees, also time for olive oils and olives. Uh, but the rest is just grapes. And so we had this all around, and we had uh, small farms all around. So I kind of I got a ton of exposure when I was a kid, and now I'm like, yeah, well, I don't care anymore. It doesn't help. But yeah, olive trees and wine, olive oils and wine. Not the other reason why we have uh, olive trees like these is because the truffles are basically farmed under the trees. Not often, but most of the time they are in there. So yeah, and I I know as well. I'm gonna see if I can go into something that is a bit more uh, critical, I guess. Uh, yeah, there maybe. A lot of people would say that, you know, when you are here in a city like this, and this is the environment, it's beautiful and it looks nice and so on. And I get it when you didn't grow up here, it does look interesting and nice and calm and so on. But this is where I used to get bullied when I was a kid, and therefore the relationship that I have with this place is not necessarily good. It's not bad. It's not necessarily good. Like if I were to, and I don't know if I can. Yeah, I don't think I will be able to. Um, Go up into the old streets and so on. It does look nice, not gonna lie, but it's also like it doesn't mean anything to me because it's just like it's where I grew up. So it's eh, eh, no real interest in it. Yeah, I don't think I can continue there. I would be under neighbors, but same thing. Olive oils, olive trees, and everywhere. It's just like makes no sense. It makes no sense. Um, that seems to have taken so long, and I don't know if that viewer is just like a yeah. Yeah, that means you don't need to go. I can afford you the trip. That is now working. Cool. I'm gonna call that nav for now. But yeah, no, I'm not really uh countryside uh, interested. Mainly because of like this is where where I used to live, which is this is where I grew up, and since the beginning of me being able to think for myself, my main goal was to get the fuck out. So it worked. I did it. I did it. But yeah, it's just eh. But I mean, this is also one of the things that is kind of weird for some people that have traveled with me. It's just I'm gonna go back on maps because apparently we are GeoGuessr, not GeoGuessing uh, stream today. When I went to Berlin for activities and other things, I didn't go uh, there and be like, I am exploring the country. I was mostly there and I behave as if I was living there rather than be a tourist there. So most of the time, I'm just behaving as if I was there. So I go to a cafe in the morning and then I work or I do something during the day that is not necessarily like going to a museum or doing touristy things. And I did that like almost everywhere I went. So in Milan, same thing. In Stockholm, same thing. When I went here in Kiruna, that was a bit more complicated because we were there for touristy things, but still, Like my goal wasn't to see the museums and the things, was just to see the environment itself and be like, could I live here? Could I see myself as a day-to-day activity and be here? And most of the time it's yes. But it's a different behavior compared to people that are just going tourist like as tourists. Um, what do you mean? It's okay. Oh, the one we were in right there, which right obviously. Dang, I see. Well, now we can't see it. Um, yeah, I don't know if it's just Sweden, but maybe it is. Maybe it is. But yeah, I've done that so many times where I'm just like navigating to a country and then see if I could live there and be fine with it and be happy there or not happy there and just, attempt. So Milan was okay, Venice was fine, but not necessarily places where I could see myself live. Like they are good for vacation, and that's interesting. But then Berlin would be pretty good for me, even though German is kind of complicated. That section is pretty good, specifically Stockholm for me. Uh, I do like Oslo as well for plenty of reasons. I like the north, but then I know that if I go there, same thing. The first time I went there as a resident for like 3 weeks. And obviously because I was with my ex and first time visiting Japan, we did some touristy things. But nonetheless, the main goal was to be like roughly as if I was living there and doing the things in questions. So navigating Japan and be good. I'm sure that if I go into China at some point, which I probably will, um, same thing. I would go there and see if this is something that is aligned with my views, aligned with what I want to have as a city and so on. So, it's interesting. Cat, what on it? Like shit like this would work for me for sure. Yeah. Well, have a good stretching. My back is hurting as well. I I I What the fuck is that which one is it? Not this one. Yeah, I've done that. And I didn't do that for a long time. And now this part of my back is hitting me. I am in pain. I wish we had these because these ones are a bit better, and they really work like a lot more. But we only have that, and I'm so small that I need to have this at the lowest level in order to be like in position. But yeah, congrats. Ooh, that's level 3. Um, but yeah, that was that was Monday. Ah, sorry, that was Monday, and Monday still very hurt in the back. This morning was the pecs and And the triceps, I have finally decided that the biceps are good enough, and now the triceps is taking over. So we're going through the triceps exercise instead. Mhm, mhm, mhm. It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Um, Stretching. What is this? What is this? What? Good job. Can't. This isn't good. This is not a very good place to hit. What the fuck is that? Ah, I see. I see. Interesting. I don't have this. I don't have any of these. None of that. Eh, Copy. Yeah, no, hi, we're calling. Um, they did. Oh yeah, we haven't talked about that, by the way. Uh, I mean, mainly because it just popped in an hour ago, and so I didn't know. But all of the other updates, uh, we didn't know. That's a nice thumbnail. That is a nice thumbnail. Not gonna lie. Sorry. I'm impressed by the color. That's all I'm gonna say. Um, yeah. Goddamn. Apple doing Apple stuff makes a lot of sense. I don't have sound. You don't have sound either, but basically they are probably saying that they have machined the thing from one single piece of aluminum. Uh, and then, you know, good thing for the Neo brand. Apparently, this is a new MacBook Neo thing, which is probably going to be a similar, I don't know how, cheaper version. Yeah, I don't know. I wish we had sound, but we don't. What do we have in there? Do we have something like a? We don't. Uh, God damn. I'm so sorry. One second. I don't know the specs, obviously, but good job. Um, let me let me compare. Let me compare. Neo A18. Yeah, okay. So they are reusing the iPhone's chips within the MacBook to get the thing. That's pretty clever from them. 8 gig memories as a base, and it's not like an up to goddamn. uh an up to or from. It's just like 8, no choice. I have people who I'm subscribed to, and they have multiple series like Slices on Minecraft YouTubers who is making recaps for every single Minecraft release, describing new features. And you also have survival series. So I don't care about survival, and I'm skipping those video. I'm now putting all the video that I'm purposely skipping right into my face above everything. I guess it's because they changed the system and say, oh, you are following that person, but you are not watching these videos yet, so you need to watch them in order to be up to date. I'm guessing that's the algorithms change. But yeah, God dang, that scared me. uh 16 hour of battery, touch ID. You bitch. You bitch. Um, that's so bad. Again, not really shitting Apple, but kinda as always. I think this is a very good idea. I think the fact that they are reusing the A18 chips, which are the iPhone 14, 15, I think 15. 15 chips or 16 chips, nonetheless, does it really matter? The fact that they have these chips for the phone that is capable of doing a lot of things, putting it inside of a computer for 500 bucks. Ah, I mean, 600 bucks, but that's like pretty impressive. And then the fact that now we have this magnificent bitch, which we need to talk about, uh, is pretty neat. And going back to the like the usual, right? Our usual rant about Apple being so overpriced, specifically when we select the section for the RAM. Brace yourself. Um, which they have changed. I I like the new version that they have, but they are asking for 1,000 bucks for 128 gigs of unified memories, right? And if you know, um, the I mean, I guess Amazon would be a pretty okay option right now. Uh, two 32s, which is like 64 right here, are 850, 450 uh, for two 32s. Like it's 500 bucks for 64 gigs of RAM. And right away, a regular 64 seems reasonable from Apple's standpoint. Like it's crazy how the fact that RAM has climbed up so bad, so fast. Um, that is what happens. So yeah. Nonetheless, if I say this, and I kind of wanted to show you this kind of crazy thing. Um, let's say I don't want Apple Care or anything, and I'm just building basically the top of the line for everything except the nano texture screen, which I might do, but it's like 100 bucks. This is 5,400 bucks in dollars. Remember that. If I do the exact same thing in the French department, so 16 black, no nano texture, 5 max, biggest chips, biggest memory, and then everything is no trade in, no Apple Care, anything. This is six, six, 6,240, 250. Hmm? Okay. So, US, France, I don't know if I can just do that. Can I just refresh and then still have the content pre-selected? Or that? Yes. Cool. Um, cool. Now, this is not gonna work. I have a feeling that the .co.jp is gonna be uh, yeah. um, same thing. Same thing. Exactly the same setup. We end up at 890,000 yen. So almost, almost a million yen. That's not the case, but almost a million yen. 6,000 bucks and 5,000 bucks. 5,400. So far, so good. If I just go into the Euro to JPY regular calculator and I change the that value right here, that is 4,860. This is the first jump that you can see right away, where I'm basically I'm basically saving 1,200, 1,400 uh, by buying it in Japan. But if I just buy it in USD, not in USDC, I guess it's probably going to be in United States dollars right there. And it's like we said 5.4. So 4,640. So by buying it in the US, I'm saving basically 2K, almost 1.6 uh, in difference. This is almost the first time that buying the thing in the US is cheaper than buying it in Japan for me. So I'm pretty impressed with the pricing. I'm pretty impressed with the amount of changes and how expensive this thing is. Because goddamn. Um, but then the thing that is pretty crazy is that the computer that I have today is potentially going to be traded at 100K in in yen and almost nothing here. So by going to Japan with a business-ish class flight, buying the computer in Japan, trading in my old computer, coming back, it's still gonna be cheaper to buy in Japan than this. It's crazy. I don't understand the French prices. I know that Turkey used to be the cheapest, but now it's kind of wild. Anyways, I need to pee again. One second. Anyways. Small details. Small details. But yeah, no, the Apple has been announcing shit like the MacBook Neo that just dropped today, the iPhone 17e, which seems pretty okay. Based on what we can see, it is okay phone. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. The only thing that I hate about it is that it's still using the notch instead of using the dynamic island, which they should, but I'm guessing this is because they still have these screens form factor. So that's something. The new MacBook Pros are really good. They have a new MacBook Air with a new M5 chip inside, which is fine. Um, and they have two new screens. These ones are way too expensive. I don't think I can go over and say anything else. It's just it's just way too expensive for what it is. Um, like it's crazy. It's crazy. It is very overpriced tag for something that simple. It's almost 3.5K for something that is smaller than the one from last year. So, I mean, not last year, but the previous one. So, anyways, we'll see. One day they will. They said, or at least from what I remember, they said that they would have releases or announcement all week. So that's that was yesterday or 2 days ago, and then that's today. Do we have new stuff? New stuff coming in. That doesn't change the fact that if you are looking to buy computers or Apple products for some reason, check the nearby countries if you can, because they may have currency differences that will give you the ability to just get the things way cheaper than what you could have in the first place. So yeah, small details. Small details. Um, and to go back to the YouTube thing, Kana, I'm sorry about the change in the algorithm for you. It seems to upset you a bit. Um, I have noticed for the past week that I haven't really watched YouTube because I'm watching a TV show instead, or I'm rewatching a TV show instead that I used to watch when I was a kid, and I don't think I had all the pieces, and so now I'm just rewatching to make sure that I have everything, which is not the case. I didn't see everything. But it's one of these TV shows where you like um, asked now, why the fuck did you do that? Like, why did you decide to do this thing instead of the most common behavior? It's just, it's a wild thing. You know, the usual thing where you left someone for dead and then you leave the weapons next to the person that you left for dead. And then when you come back, weirdly enough, the body is not there anymore. And the weapons are either not there or still there for some reason. Just so weird. It makes no sense. It makes no sense, but that's fine. Okay, so that's better. Installation is okay. The statuses, I'm gonna see if we have like other, yeah, statuses of variants are the presentations. So, um, hmm, that's broken. That is broken. So, in the button page, we need to remove the button group section since it has has? Does it have? Its own. Already, I guess that's gonna be a potential to be better here. I think there are other things that can happen, but yeah. The slot section is a pretty good thing. The mouse event is false because you probably have the mouse event hover other than just click. So basically these attributes are the mouse event. Default hover pressed. Loading a disable is additional things. So I don't know. But we'll see. Let me just refresh that. And now no button groups. Good. Good thing. Ah, yeah, I see. Oh, that's bad. Um, right. In the examples sections, I think we should combine them. The button preview on the left and the code on the right. Make sure you properly import the necessary icons from the icon library. In the buttons examples. Yeah. That seems to make sense, but it probably doesn't. So we'll see if DLM figure it out. I'm still on it, so that should be okay. The idea here is that I'm seeing the fact that we have the like example code with the basic buttons and so on, but we don't know how it looks. And then underneath we have the examples with the primary action button that contains the view and the code, which makes no sense. So I think it would make more sense for me to have a basic button in JavaScript, in Vue, in React, in Web, and in HTML, which is basically the same thing, but with the preview on the left side, and then the code on the right. But I don't think this is gonna work. I think I didn't really explain myself properly, and that's probably gonna be a mistake. But we'll see. if maybe it's good, maybe it's good. Nothing to complain about here. Yeah, it didn't. So it did that here. Yeah. That we have two examples sections. That the user should have seen, I guess, should have seen right above. Let me just refresh that just in case. Yep, still haven't. We'll see if that is more understandable. Because they look the same, that's the thing as well. That kind of pissed me off. But yeah. Eh. Yeah, exactly. It did understand. Cool, 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 cool. Let me click on that. Um, what is this? Oh, is that just damn. Damn that button. Is it from the archive? The fact that it's named in the archive makes no sense because of that section, but interesting nonetheless. Um, it's a really interesting thing to see as well. I mean, um, the way that it's written is a very MDS way of writing. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's roughly, and I'm gonna paraphrase on this one. It's very similar to what I said. Um, no, I don't know if this one is the AI agent or something else. Yes, it is. um, this tweet that I posted yesterday, where I basically saw someone on Twitter that said, I don't think AI will take my job, and then posted very much AI generated or easily AI generated images, and then people in the comments, specifically Rob, uh, I don't know if he was trolling. I think he did, but I'm not sure. And he went on a rant when I replied. But the example that I give is the fact that Camden has done this, where he decided to generate something with Nano Banana Pro, as you can see here, and then from that output say, well, this is a good start, but I will polish it and add things that are more me, more aligned with what I want to have, and make sure the navigation is more aligned, that this button thing at the bottom or at the top is more aligned with the design in question, that the font is more adapted for what we want to have here, and maybe that the stamp take the full width instead of being like basically forced in that environment. And all of that is something that the designer himself or herself needs to do in order to use um, like the AI stuff. And on that shift nudge thing that we saw a second ago, where he say you still need to notice that, oh, that baseline is off, or those are the wrong colors and so on, and you need to fix that manually. It's basically what I said here. Right now, it seems like the designers that are saying, um, like my my job is safe because the first draft that an AI is generating is not good, and that's will probably be better in the future. But for now, the AI needs to generate something that you get inspiration from, and then you polish it and you make it better and you make it your own. Um, but yeah, but yeah, Rob went into a bit of a tangent on this one, which was pretty interesting. Because the reason why I'm saying I think you're trolling is because he shared this, which is the most easiest AI generation that we can have. Like, um, this, if I went to Nano Banana and say, we need a dashboard for an e-commerce platform where we're looking at the homepage with some metrics data at the top, some sales bar charts in the center, and some sales per product donuts at the bottom next to a country-based map to see who is paying or who is buying more stuff from us. That would probably be the generation question with no issues. I feel like even if we try with Stitch and we say want to create a dashboard for an e-commerce site, the dashboard needs to present the homepage with global metrics, at the top, center should be bar charts about sales over time, and bottom is a split donut chart for product split, and on the right, country split. This whole yeah, this whole page is managed by side navigation. That is retractable. Also, we are still using Stitch, which is really shit, so brace yourself. But I'm gonna use Flash for now because we have access to it. I don't think Pro is gonna be a good option for pricing situations, but retractable navigation, if I can type, and in bar charts, about sales over time, bottom split is a split between left donut charts, product split. Yeah, we'll see. I doubt. Oh shit! I think I selected mobile instead of desktop, like a dumbass. No, not that. Making everyone. Yeah, I my dumbass said mobile. God damn. If only I knew what I wanted to have in the first place, but no. God damn, this is so slow every time. Image generation is taking so long, and I doubt that this is gonna be good because Stitch is shit. And yeah, like again, not to like right now because it is within the computer itself. If I compare this and this, we roughly have the same content. The only thing that is not like proper is the map right here. And if you use this as a base of inspiration for what you're trying to achieve, you take this, you drop that in Figma, and then you convert it into something that is like editable by using your own component and your own charts and so on, you will have like the proper thing. But if you can't, to be honest, this is a dashboard. If you can't come up with this design on your own, maybe design is not for you. So, you know, yeah, that's my mistake. That's on me. I made a mistake. Nonetheless, not so bad. Pretty bad, but not so bad. Um, so yeah, it's just like so bad. Anyways, small detail on this one, but yeah, that made me that section made me feel or reminded me of what I said earlier today. Same concept, same idea. But yeah, would that work better? So you have the installation, and then you have the API references, which we don't really care, CSS properties, which we don't really care, tokens, and then examples. That alignment is shit, but good. Icon only didn't work, which is interesting. Every icon that is supposed to be loaded isn't loading. But the important side is this. We have the preview of the code. I feel like if we had both of the cards at the same edge, that would make a lot more sense. I'm gonna see if that's an option. So that is better, but we want the framework tabs to be aligned with the title that is above the visual example, I guess. So that both cards top edge are aligned. We'll see if that works. I don't know because the tab navigation is thicker than these two, kinda, but also might not be, might be like almost exactly the same. So we'll see, but that's potentially interesting. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Yeah. We'll see if that works. That might be working. That might be working. I doubt it, but we never know. Yeah, that's better. It's a bit weird to have this misalignment, but also, you know, I don't really care. It's fine. It's fine. I guess the only thing that we could do to remedy this is to have our title and subtitle to be a bit less spread out. So in here, you should have the example for the left column thing right there. Yeah. Maybe. Mhm. But that's fine. That's working. It does the job. Great. So let's keep that. Uh, Now the icons within the examples. Seems still not loading. Hope for the best, as always. I mean, that's basically what we do. Which is wild, by the way, that they are not loading, because they are calling for the download the download icon, the trash icon, if I remember correctly, and the spinner. The spinner is supposed to be the initial one that we have, but nah, not loading whatsoever. So that's a weird thing. Um, yeah, you see, that's the issue. Um, the fact that the elements are re-rendered instead of being pulled from the components themselves, like we need to reuse the component directly within the examples. That's the main point. We want to make sure that the creation is rendering so that people can understand how this would work if it had like a different thing. So that's kind of it's kind of bad. But then again, this is the example, but at the bottom of the page, which I'm scared of that. What the fuck did you do? Why did you do that? That's scary. 106 line out. I may have to revert all that because god, that's not supposed to happen. But yeah, again, as I mentioned, I feel like it would make a lot more sense for me to say, here is the component preview at the top. Here are all the properties, and based on the properties that you have, here is the code that would need to be copy pasted into your code base to have everything. As long as you have the Mom UI Kit Pro within your code base, you should be good. That's kind of the plan. Still not loading a single icon. Congrats. I'm gonna. Yep. It works at the top in the preview, but it doesn't work in the examples, which makes no sense. Makes no sense. Like that's the same thing. If what I just asked for um, is not the case, the system is broken from the start. Like the mom components, the button components should have been used within the examples because there is one source of truth somewhere, and we just reuse them to fit our needs. But if in the examples that we are sharing, we are not reusing the same component with properties, then it makes no fucking sense. Like all of these should be basically exactly the same as this without having to think about it. It's just like, well, this is the component in question that we're using and currently presenting, therefore that's it. But apparently we were building the things instead of just reusing them. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Yeah. Sorry. Let me check that again. I doubt. I doubt. Well, mm, I'm preloading on this. Uh, I have seen before that if I don't have, or if I don't rebuild, sometimes it just doesn't load the icons. But yeah, no, still no icons. Still no icons, which makes no sense. Makes no sense. Hmm. Also, that's going to be a lot more complex, but I am basically expecting that's going to be, again, way more complex. What I want to see is this. I basically want this. And what I mean, I basically want this. I want the ability for the user to say, oh, I need an icon from the icon library, and it goes in and go through the entirety of the potential icons so that if they know exactly what they want to have and they need this and not that, and they want to change the text and they change the text, and then they can copy the code directly in the frameworks that they have, that is the high benefits that I believe would be like the best option. But yeah, that's the plan. It's going to take a while. Technically speaking, when you want to copy paste the code for a button is a very specific thing. You will never define the state. Like you will probably never say, oh, I want this thing in focus mode. No, that doesn't exist. You want this button and the focus mode is added into it. So that's also that will trigger things. Yes, for sure. um, so you have the style for sure, the size for sure, the icon, if it's like the icon only version for sure, and then the icons to be used and the content of the text for sure. But the state, probably not. Um, the type, if we said like variant and have like an icon only inside of the variants, yes, probably. So we can remove this one as a toggle, but small details. Um, Let me see that. Yeah, it's still empty. I don't know exactly how I can do that for the props, to be honest. To get the code to be exactly like aligned. Uh, yeah. Well, we do have the rendered example icons. We don't have the proper things. These are new logs. I don't know if I want them. Yeah, that's wild. These logical thing makes no sense. There is no logic behind it. The thing that is said here, the problem is that when you navigate between components, the SPA build DOM is called again, but it doesn't recreate the placeholder, which if I'm just do that, the icons are used there at the top and they are accessible, so they should be accessible in here, which now they are because they changed something. But goddamn. Let me just refresh that. Maybe it's the refresh that is the issue. Yes, it is. Okay. Navigating between pages. It's fine. And load the icons. Which makes no sense. Because the top of the page button preview is loading its icon all the time. And they are the same. We are asking for the exact same icons that we load for the top section. So yeah, I mean, we should reuse the same thing. Right now, that's not really dry if I speak as a dev. If we are recalling the same icons a second time, yeah. Yeah, that's false. Oh my god. I love the fact that I don't know what's happening, but I know what's happening is wrong. Because right now the only thing that has been changed is adding a new console log as if it was the solution. So this makes no sense. The solution is pretty simple. It's just like we have this page that needs to load 16 different buttons instead of whatever we are currently doing. And that's it. But apparently they just want to add some stuff right there. Yeah, that's bad. It works, but it just send me back to the top. Ah, so Makes no sense. Makes no sense. And now it's removing the changes that we made that fixed the issue. Ah, my God. I think this is where the context window is starting to piss me off, where it does something that fixes the issue by removing a very specific part of the code and replacing it with something else. And then it, after like 16 messages, it figures out that the thing that it has done isn't aligned with the previous version that he has forgotten. And therefore we end up with this, which is such a mess. And specifically the build button function doesn't make any sense. You just refresh that. It has the thing. If I navigate to something else and I go back to buttons and then scroll down, it has the things. We are supposed to be good. Nothing to click on this, something to click on this for the ghost. It works, but uh, I guess I'm trying to figure out why we are asking for build button as a function instead of using the button. Uh, because it makes no sense. Um, it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't make sense, but that's fine. I'm gonna say it does. I'm gonna say it does make sense, and I have nothing else to say. Um, Great. Let's build the context window on this one. We need to change the design on all the other pages to only have one examples section with preview and frameworks. Side by side. Kira, hi, welcome on in. Indeed, Chang the design, very, I guess, Chinese. Yeah. Well, they always need to Chang the design, for sure. uh, I'm gonna praise the LLMs on this one as well, as always. But my dyslexia and my ability to not type properly um, is not an issue with the LLMs, which is crazy. The amount of time that I've seen that my fingers type faster than what I'm trying to say, and B isn't THE, but HTE, or something is like more off, is gonna be more O and an F on the side. The space bar happened after I typed the O, which is like, this is a me issue. Um, but for some fucking reasons, LLMs are fine with it. Like they are not struggling to figure out what I was trying to say and so on, because their reading being predictive and just looking at the previous characters and the next characters and saying, well, based on that context, this is the most probable words. And so if there is a mistake, something that has been mistyped and so on, they would infer context and potentially fix the typo. And that's pretty impressive. I wish people could have the same in their head so that when I'm dyslexic typing, uh, people understand, because that would be useful. God damn. But how are you, Kira? How's the day going? How's everything? The usual questions. God damn. I think this is gonna be really bad. I think it's going through the components alphabetically, which. Ugh. Congrats. I am dead. I am dead. Yesterday was my injection day. Tomorrow I have a scan at 7:50 in the morning. uh, yeah, I have my monthly injection for my brain stuff that basically make sure I can walk. Otherwise, maybe I don't. Maybe I can't walk. I don't know. We don't want to try. We don't take the chances of not getting the injections and then and then not walking again. Like I would not be able to do anything anymore if I had to be in a wheelchair. Like if I broke my leg, both of them, and I had to be in a wheelchair, I would need to relocate myself. No exceptions. Like there is no options for me right now where I would be like, oh yeah, I could still live here. No, I not a thing. Um, so yeah, medicine needs to be taken on a monthly basis. The past 2 months, the injection happened, but there were some weird thing happening with the pen, injection pen. So I don't know if I had the full doses, and therefore the scan for tomorrow is going to tell me if the headaches that happened are related or not. Maybe I have more brain damage, and that's why I can't type. Probably. Probably. but it's fine. It's fine. I'm really like the past three times of scans have been the first one being like, well, this is the going to be our baseline, that's going to be our control. And then the next one was like, well, everything is fine. And the next one was like, well, everything is fine. Like nothing changed. There's something that we saw that we didn't see the first time, but that might be just because the first time you were in a different position or different like scanner type, and therefore we couldn't see it. But yeah, we don't know. So far, everything seems pretty good. So, I think that's a thing that is pretty uh, good. And I'm expecting to have the exact same thing again tomorrow. We'll see if that's true. Yeah, that's that one build. God damn. Um, I'm not using BugBot, which is good. Um, should have one integration, but that's not there. I'm just checking the usage because I've been AI usaged a lot, a lot, a lot on this one. Uh, and I know that these sub-agents thing are costing a ton. As I mentioned, also, by the way, when the cursor event was happening last week, and I went there, I told them exactly the issue that I am exploiting right now of having free access to the newer models when they drops because they just add it in the back end and not like it's not necessarily linked. So that's kind of wild. Um, and I told them that the sub agents is a very, very interesting thing. But if you are in a usage based system, based on the simple fact that I had one request at 15 million tokens, that would have basically dropped the entirety of my usage base price limit. So yeah, I told them that and they said, okay, cool. We'll take a look because that's the type of unexpected cost that client could just say, well, fuck this. I'm not. If I have such a drastic change in the amount of things that I'm like about to pay, I'm probably not. Like most of my requests are, I would say, under 1 million tokens in usage. Some of them are like at 2 to 3, but like that's sometimes. And then you have this one is sitting at 7, so that's a lot. And then it really depends on the day. It depends on the model that I'm using. But most of the time it's like 2 million, 1 million, 400K, not that much. But then you end up with, I guess this is going to be a while ago. Can I do that? No, I can't. No. No, Cursor doesn't have this in free tier. They don't. Uh, it's it's not free. You would not have this. I don't know why I have it, but you will not. I'm gonna tell you that. Um, basically, I am on a plan that is probably discontinued. That is siphoning the entire thing. Yeah, I'm not supposed to have that much access for free. That is crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know why I'm looking for this. Um, but I'm not supposed to have access to it. Basically, the reason, as I explained before, um, is I joined uh, the paid plan when Cursor was you pay for fast request. And so you paid for 500 fast request for $20 a month. So I said, well, 500 at that time, I went through that in like 14, 15 days. So I said, well, based on my usage right now, if I pay for twice, $40 a month for 1,000 fast requests, I should be good. And I did that, and I was good. And I was good for 2 months. And then they decided to introduce the business plan. And when I saw that, I was like, well, the highest plan before was 1,000 requests, 1,000 fast requests. And now the business plan is $37 a month, and I'm currently paying 40. So let me just move to the business because I'm going to save $3 a month and have the exact same thing as an outcome. And then I moved, and weirdly enough, um, they only gave me 500 fast requests for $37 a month because their new plan was 500 fast requests. So I got fucked in the ass because I didn't read. That's my fault. and and then I decided to say, well, if it's that much and I can't go back because they discontinued the previous version of the request-based pricing, let me just go into the yearly plan. So I went into yearly for the business thing. So I'm getting 500 fast requests with uh, $37 a month, and I'm paying 370-ish per year, right? So far, so good. And then they introduced their Pro plan, which is supposed to be the unlimited plan, asterisk, asterisk, if you go into usage-based billing, but no one knows. And so when they announced Pro, I said, you know what, let me see if I can get Pro because it's unlimited and therefore I wouldn't be limited to 500 fast requests. So I did the thing to get Pro, and for some reason, I couldn't do it because my current plan was a yearly plan on business. And one of their sales contacted me and said, "Oh, I saw that you tried to get to the Pro tier, and then you stopped. Can you tell me what happened? What would make you like get the Pro plan and so on?" And I said, "Well, I'm on business yearly, and that's the reason why I can't get the Pro plan." And then they didn't reply to the email at all. And since then, everything I'm doing is uh, within the plan, like included in my plan for basically the first 5 to 7 days when it renew in the 19th, and then everything else goes into the free tier. And the free tier goes like this, where let's say I want to use Sonnet 4.6, which is the latest model. If I ask for something here, it's going to tell me I have reached my limit. So I can't use the latest models. And if I like click on whatever of these things, I'm going to switch to like usage-based billing. And from there, this is also casual greeting, really. From there, I'm going to pay for everything every time. And that's not what I want to do. So since the beginning, I have never enabled the usage-based billing, so they don't know. Um, they basically don't have like a way to bill me on top of. And yeah, like I've seen people that have, um, I think two 2 billion tokens from last year recaps, on these things. I have 4 billion tokens from the 4 usage, so that's not the entire thing, but SIDS still a lot. And they were paying something like 2K a month ish. And I'm like, double their stuff for $300 a year. So far, I'm pretty happy with it. And it's not included, but it works. So, I'm gonna be happy with it and not complain about it. What I'm expecting, though, which is the thing that I say every time, is the fact that soon, very soon, which is when my plan is supposed to renew, I'm probably gonna get bumped out of this business plan and probably go into the team plan, which is a bit more the same, but like enable building things. Or I'm gonna remain on this one, on the yearly, and it's gonna be fine. But yeah, I'm gonna do everything I can to remain on the same plan and not be bumped off of it because goddamn, it's free. But yeah, the only thing that I know is that if I have, and we have that so far, Gemini 3.1 Pro is something that has been added to the database backend. It is outside of my free tier, but I can still use it if necessary. Like right now, because I haven't restarted Cursor entirely, I can still use it and it's fine. But again, I'm gonna get booted out very, very soon. Officially, the renewal is in a month and a half. So my mental model right now is in a month and a half, you can't build anything anymore. Like you would be limited to fixing bugs. And that's going to be like 3 to 5 bugs per month to be fixed, to be within the 500 request, if that's still the thing. But yeah, that's, I'm going to be able or be forced to learn stuff. Can you believe that? I'm going to need to learn how to code by hand. What a concept. Oh my god. That not gonna happen. That is not gonna happen. So yeah. That is the thing. Oh, I didn't know we had an animated version of this. That's cute. I was not aware. I was not aware. It looked like shit though, but that's fine. Date picker image doesn't really change. We don't have like a ton of things. It's just like it's the same thing anytime, anyways. And it's different aspect ratios, which makes sense. The sizes wouldn't change anything. The corner radius don't really seem to affect things. I would say mainly because I'm currently in, sorry for the flashbang on this one. Yeah, we have the shadows elevations there. And then the LG doesn't exist. XL does exist, and full does exist as well. So XL might be the best option. Have a border, have no border. Clickable with the hover effect. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Loading state and error state are basically the same thing. Cool. Yeah. That's a lot. That's a lot. I did something similar in the beginning of ChatGPT and Claude like basically coming out, where I said, you know what, it might be a good idea for me to create some sort of a design course, but I don't know exactly how to structure it. So let me just go through Claude and so on. And the output is not good. Like, I did the same thing for marketing, if I remember correctly, with yeah, the digital marketing guide with everything in it was kind of not. I mean, this one is something that is external. This is not one of mine. This is someone else's. My bad. Wrong thing. This one, the content creator strategy, is made with like GPT-2, basically, and you can tell. um, but it has like overall a pretty good strategy for content creation and all the content that is related to it. But still, like it is helpful for me in the beginning to make sure that I understand exactly what I have to do to follow in order to, you know, arrive to something that is pretty good. But then again, it's just like it's a lot of work for things that I don't care as much. Like, yeah, this is like last edit was 2 years ago and created in 2023. So 2 years ago was probably something where I did that. I removed the space bar and yeah, that's probably what happened. Um, so yeah, but there is like so many things. I still haven't released this thing though. uh, One day, maybe. I doubt it. I will probably never. Um, when we were creating the all the icons, all of these, and you know, this was like a daily thing. So every day, roughly 20 icons ish, um, depending on the categories and so on. Sometimes there were less, sometimes there were more, and so on. It just made sense for me to go through, you know, creating a course of what is an icon and what you need to follow through and so on. I never released it.
TG underscore Khalil raided my
So
stream with 14 viewers.
maybe that would be a thing. Anyways, hello, thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. I hope you're good. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. As always, we are currently trying to make sure that the MOM UI kit that I'm building has all the components that it needs to have in order to be released for the devs. I know, I know. I'm still a designer, not a dev, but we are building components in code. We, as in AI, is building them for me, and I'm just shouting at it to make sure that it's better built. But so far, it's you know, it's good. I can't change that. This is an ATEM thing. I don't really have the hand on what ATEM is giving me. So yeah, that's uh that's a weird thing. Nonetheless, have a good raid and run. Phil, take care of yourself as always. If you need a raid and run, do that. But if you need a raid and stay, you're welcome here. Totally shouting about me creating a course there, but yeah. Yeah, I don't think I have uh, anything, to be honest, on there. The Raider's name is the get user info that is right there, and it's the Twitch username text. That's all I have. I don't think I have another one that is available anyways. So yeah, it's not there. It's not there, and I can't like get any other thing anyways. Uh, Coming rate is coming with that. There is no variables in there either. Same thing there, and then in the rate message, I am just getting the text source that is replaced by the Twitch username. Maybe I can get the display name instead, based on what you're saying. We'll see if that fixes it. I doubt it, but why not? That is new. That's the first time I'm seeing it, so that might work. That might work. They have been doing a ton of updates, though, that I haven't really paid attention to. It's just like it's updating and that's it. So we'll see. We need another raid. Mizzy, hi, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? How's the afternoon going? Avatars be banned? Avatars be banned. I'm okay. uh, uh. I'm gonna screenshot this and go into the list component. Wait, wait. No one dropped today. That is crazy. You're the first drop of the day. Even Jerome from earlier, I don't think you dropped. And you landed, goddamn. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? In the list section. No. Components. Our bullet icons aren't aligned with the text line. I guess I'm gonna say that. Though you dropped the seal of approval, which means that you got approved for the drop, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't see why not. I'm not lending though. But yeah. Wow. Ah, I just stopped breathing. Can you believe that? If I keep breathing, I'm hurt. If I stop breathing, I'm dead. And therefore not hurt anymore. But god damn, that. That's so much better. So much better. Perfectly aligned, perfectly placed. Ah. Okay, so the unordered is good. The ordered isn't, and the icon isn't. So we'll see if that's something that is fixable. Right there. So they just need the icons. Unordered and ordered are good. Icon are a bit too high. Hoping that the next drop is simply the change for that. It's not. Unordered and ordered good. You know what? I think they are aligned, but just not on that font. That font is a bit of an issue. Icons version is a tad too high, but the other two are great. We'll see. But yeah, how are you, Mizzy? How have you been? How's everything? You've yeah. Haven't been here. at this time of day in a bit. Um, well, fine. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, alright. Alright. I can live with that. I can live with that. I can't live with that though. Great. What? Now in horizontal layout, the ordered list, the numbers are too low, but the other are good. And that makes no sense. That no sense. Oh shit. Now it's fixed. Oh, and the dots are too close together. Is it because that changed? Maybe. Let me just fix that. Okay, I'm gonna believe that this is the case. We need more space between the horizontal layout. That's such a vast and vague thing. It should work. It should do its job. Doubling the space. What? That's space 4. So if I go to space 6 right here, that would probably give me enough space for the thing that we want. I feel like that's okay. It's not the best, but I feel like that's okay. I didn't know we had all of these as options. My bad. But we do. Cool. That works. I'm fine with that. Comps. I guess comps. Comps is good. Comps is what happened. We have components usage instead now. Good. Carousel needs to be changed. That is a for sure thing. Like I don't really have a change anything else to say. And then this one is kind of weird for its presentation in light mode when we have alternative solid version. So I think I'm gonna go with the badge group edits for the change because well, in solid it needs to be a bit different. However, how different do we want it to be is the question. I feel like that's going to be a lot more complex to achieve. The best rendering would be in badge group solid left. When the badge is on the left, the badge itself should inherit the same background as the parent page, like the very, very, very back container. So right here, for example, it should take like this color because that makes sense. It's a bit of a transparent thing, meaning that on light mode, it would be roughly light, and then the text should be colored within, so that you can still see that there is a tag within the container, but not everywhere. So I'm just going to create a new chat because it makes more sense, not going into 4.6 because it's not going to work. And then here in the badge groups, CSS, I guess, um, let me get just the folder for the solid version with the badge inside on the left. We need it to inherit the page background color, and the text, the text should take the color. I think we should be fine. And the text should take the color 50 in dark mode or color 950 in light mode. I guess that should work. That should work. So as always, these things are going to be and yeah, no, I'm gonna sorry. Color 50 and 950 are tailwind colors. This is not what we're using here. We're using Radix, so that is not an option. Color 12 in dark mode and color 1 in light mode. Am I right with that? I think I am, but I'm unsure now. Yes. Yeah, 12 in dark mode here. And that would change that to a reverse. If I do that, yeah. Yes. Cool. That's a nice swamp green. Color 12 in dark mode and color 1 in light mode. That should work. Let's hope for the best. Let's hope for the best. Also, the thing that I just did right there of stopping the reflection, even though the planning next move was already there, is a very bad move if you are on usage-based system, because cursor still count that as a to request. So if you cancel a thing because you figured out that you didn't really explain yourself properly, before it start even saying anything, there is already something in the work, and therefore you end up with a bit of a breakage. So yeah, no. Ah, see, for example, here I would have reverted and say I reverted, but yeah. Yes, it is. It's this. This is the Figma UI kit that exists since 2024, I guess. Has been sold a bunch, which I appreciate. Thank you so much. And is currently in the work for making sure that we have coded components as well, so that you will be able to probably at some point, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, that's not working, bitch. Yeah, that isn't working. It basically should be background color. not parent badge background color. Uh, yeah, yeah. So the goal right now is to make sure that we have the components in code and that you have later the ability to do a very simple npm install uh, on your CLI and get all the components at once. So basically the same thing as ShadCN and other existing thing, but in a more convenient way. Um, in a more convenient way. It's just a pain in the ass. I'm not gonna lie. Um, but yeah, that's not what I asked, but I understand. Um, we'll see if that works. It doesn't. I'm gonna believe that this is the same issue as earlier. It's not. Okay, cool. Yeah, that doesn't work. But it's so broken right now that I don't even know if it's a viable thing for me to do in any way, shape, or form. I'm like, so far, the entire thing has been like so chaotic on my end for figuring out exactly what I need to have and how it needs to be done and so on. And the experience, even if I'm not a dev, navigating the site is shit. So here I'm pretty fine with it. I feel like it's simple, it works. You have the previews, you have the cards, you have the pricing, you know exactly what to expect when you are going into the free version or the paid version. Everything is okay. So far, that's good. The icon section, other than the flash that happens in the beginning, which obviously, if I'm on light mode, uh, doesn't necessarily look like it's a flash, but it's still flashing. This is really good. This works well. You have everything you want to have for bigger icons, smaller icons, thinner, fatter, depending on what you want, different styles of icons and previews and so on. All of that, good. Almost great. The only thing that makes it a bit weird is that thing where it's going to select the thing that you have clicked on, but because the thing that you have clicked on is lower, it sometimes does thing that is kind of wild. So if I move in here, it's gonna move the emote above to where my pointer was. So it's kind of it's a bit wild. Uh, Anyways, this is great. This so far, great navigation, great system. It works. There is just this section where the content at the top is overlapping the header instead of merging with it, but I don't care. The system um, is okay. That's it. And then the component, which is the thing that I'm currently working on, is fine, but it's not great. It's not the type of thing where you would be like, "Oh, damn, I need to use this. It is so good." Where I'm comparing myself to other existing UI kits of the same realm, I would say. When I'm here and I have the preview of what the thing is and the code that is going with it, how it's supposed to be used, some of the installation system, like all of that is basically what I want to have. And right this instant, I need to make sure that the content, at least of the elements, is like as good as it needs to be, so that I I can basically say, well, this is a good replacement for uh, that thing in question. Like that's basically what it is. That is so shit. I'm not gonna lie. There is more space on the top and bottom than there is on the right. On the left, sorry. So that's yeah. I can now see that on the other two. But yeah, basically like Shatsy and stuff. Basically like Tailwind components, like right here. I really want something that works like this. This is more just visual, which is something that I could see as an option. But then basically by looking at it, I feel like eh, this is not enough of a presentation. And uh, Redux UI, which is the other thing that I kind of, I kind of like. Um, Same kind of concepts. I, I don't like this. I don't like this page. I feel like it's okay, but it's not great. Um, so that, yeah, I'm basically, to me, I'm basically here. At a point where I have a bit of a better environment than Radix for the presentation, mainly because I have the controls at the top, but I still want to get something that is closer to this, where you have the full preview with the animations and so on, and you can just copy the code directly and then drop it wherever you want. And I want a mix of both, where from here, as I mentioned, you could define exactly what you want. So let's say you wanted something that is a ghost version of a button group that is in violet because that's your color, where the badge is on the left and the new feature is not saying new feature, is just saying new. And you have something else around here, like a different text. And then from there, you can just copy for view, copy for Tailwind, copy for something as like very easy way of doing so. So basically what I have here, um, to have like very quick access. That's kind of the plan, but yeah, so far, not great. Not the greatest. Uh, Specifically here, like that makes no sense. That overlap makes no sense. The switch in sizes makes no sense. So I did figure it out, but I also feel like overall it would make more sense to have the components done, like fully done, and then work on the anatomy and the page itself to make more sense. I feel like right now the main reason why it pisses me off, I think it's the alignments, where most of the others that we are using as references, they have like a dual sidebar situation where you have the content of the current page where you can quickly access the thing and the components on the side. And then the content in the center is something that is very much smaller than what I'm proposing elsewhere. So this is like a 728, 730 width for the main content. And that's enough to present everything. But that's it. Like there is nothing more than this. If I go into um I don't know if Untitled has the code in there. Yeah, I mean I'm kind of close to this. I'm kind of close to this, but I have a bit more controls at the top. That's the thing. Yeah, I see. See, that's the type of shit that I should have done as well, if I knew. If I had known, I would have said, um, let's just use the storybook and inline storybook right like within the whole thing. But no, I'm a dumbass. And I decided to create my own storybook like environment. Hmm? Oh my god. um then again, I don't know exactly how the Untitled UI version is made. I don't know if it's just a Tailwind based situation, which is what I had before, or if it's a React based thing. So to be checked. Also, I don't know why this one is free and why some of them are pro. I see. That's the reason. That's the reason. Um, yeah, that's it. I said that last time. This is an old card. I haven't used linked in so long that it's still linked to my old card. God dang. The new one has another number. I know that. I know that. I should just steal this since it's open source. Um, the code that is here on the GitHub is probably already available. Mm. Probably missing some things when I'm, some of these stuff. The get the code section is probably never gonna be. Yeah, that's the plan. That looks very pixelated. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Um, the main reason why I'm saying this, by the way, so that it's not like really confusing. Most of the initial components from the Mom UI kit were created as a derivative of Untitled UI that was kind of not aligned with what I wanted. Basically, when you're looking at the Figma files for Untitled, I think I have the latest version. I mean, latest, one of the latest version here. This is not the latest for sure. Um, but I kind of hate the way that they have created some of the components. And they have a ton of things in there. Also, this thing is going to be wild. This is one of the fattest file we have. If I go into, and this one has been reworked for sure, so there are stuff, all of that is stuff that I already reworked. That's kind of crazy. But there are stuff in there that just don't make sense when it comes to the build structure and the way that they are presenting things. So I just wanted to make sure that we had a better system. Like for example, here, if I'm just checking the components that are there, you have 5 buttons with icons on both sides, followed by 5 buttons with simply a dot in the front, followed by 5 buttons that are icon only. And then could, like, these center one is the thing that I removed because they are absolutely useless. If you just wanted the marker, you can just create an icon that is the marker. And yes, it's going to be a bit further out compared to what you have right here, but that's it. Like, it's just marker icon size drop to a 10 by 10, and it's just a dot, but it's still the icon that is on the left. And it's the same component, so you can just play with that and get up with something that is better. And then they created also this thing, which is the destructive version of the buttons, which makes absolutely no sense because the destructive version is simply the regular versions with red instead of the primary color that they are using. So when you see this and you're like, well, you have this thing, which is currently using your primary, maybe you can simply go into your system, and right now they just have light mode and dark mode, but you could say this is the color in question that I need. So if you have um, we don't have the tomatoes in there, it doesn't really matter. But if that's your color and it's like roughly your 500-ish, then your destructive is this. Like that's the only change that you need to do. So I mean, it costs you nothing to just change the color instead of having like a variation of the same. So I'd rather have them combined into one thing that is a bit more easier to manage. Same thing for the badges. Um, this is something that made absolutely no sense the first time I saw it. So they have like uh, 3 sizes of badges, and they decided to create all the potential colors as rendering just so that you could pick a color from the drop downs. Makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense. And when I mentioned that before, and I kind of showcased it as well, if I do this, and for some reason I built my stuff properly, which is the case, I have my component there, and I can say, well, my accent color is the accent, that's the green thing. But for this specific use case, that button is supposed to be destructive, which means that it's going to be a communication-based thing. Wow, that took so long. And then you figured out that that button in your communication system is supposed to be a warning button. Like not a very destructive thing, it's just communication in warning or communication in pending, something that you need to do absolutely, but it's not like we are waiting for your stuff. Or it's a success button. And it didn't take me a long time to figure out. And I have all the thing that I needed to have right there in no time, which is kind of crazy. The good thing, by the way, is that Figma has changed their pricing, and now you have more modes in the Pro account. So some of the thing that we had to do uh, to avoid this much mistakes, now we don't. Let me explain again. Same system. Basically, you have your main component, central, middle of the bridge, and whatever. And then the smaller version, guess what? It's roughly the same thing. The only difference in between that and that are these values. You go from 1810 to 1610. That's about it. And then the font sizes drops from base, which is 16, to small, which is 14. And if we have a mode that is a size mode, sounds weird, but a mode for the size, we simply have to say this is a small, this is a base, this is a small, and then this is an extra small. But it's just a mode, meaning that I have all of my values defined here as variables, and then I just go there and say that this is the button in medium, or this is the button in small, and it changes the things properly. Like that's how it should work. But yeah, the accents in Figma are not in the. I mean, they are in the paid tiers. Basically, you need to have access to modes. So I don't remember if they are only for pros, but it's also like a bit of a weird thing that I did. Um, like this is my uh, variable for the accent color variable that I have. And so right now, let's say that I needed to add like a new mode that is going to be blue, because I know that some people have a ton of blue in terms of um, action and main color for their companies and so on. And the only thing that I need to do from there is go here and go into blue one. Wow. So usually I just go to blue slash and then I copy paste this so that I have everything and I can just go way faster. Um, in the selection for everything, not attempting to not make a mistake. I will probably make a mistake at some point because I'm a dummy. Um, but I'm just changing that, making sure that I have the right colors properly assigned to the right variable that already exists. Um, and then I know that I have to do the blue slash alpha. So that's going to be just ALP right there to go faster. And, you know, that's the mistake I was talking about. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So now I have blue as an option, meaning that if I needed, just to get that component there, and I know that my appearance, accent color, is blue. And the good thing about this is because we used the properties and the variables, if for some reason, I don't know, this thing necessarily needed to be displayed in harvest state, in focus state, in active state, that's it. I don't have to think about it. It's just like, because it's using the variable, the color variables, we done. We're done. Nothing else to do on this. Maybe I could see that potentially the harvest state is not exactly what we wanted to have, but it matches the rest, and that's it. And it's just a system. So no, to answer your question, even though I saw it when you posted it and then I didn't answer right away, I didn't create all the presets. I created the modes using the primitives colors. So in the Radix UI, this is the thing that we're using. We have all of these colors that are created for us. And so I reused all of that, made sure that we had something that made sense, and that, like this entire thing was aligned with the Radix colors that are on the website, which are or went through the super palette thing. Let me go back there because Super has been updated since then. There is a new version and a new plugin and a new thing coming in from Angelo, which is probably going to be good as well. So, still, we support. We support Super Palette. Highly recommend you to buy this plugin if you are using colors on a daily basis or you are needing to generate color palettes often. use that. It's pretty good. It's one of the best plugin that we have. I'm gonna derail myself on this one for a split second. Um, what? Oh my God. um, they have created Super Color Studio, which is really, really good. And the landing page is really good. We talked about it before. Just gonna right now is a link zone where you have like this really cool organic thing. You can change your curve that will change the colors, the amount of shades that you have. Maybe you just have 5 shades per things. Maybe you want this thing to be in light mode or in dark mode. Maybe your curve needs to be an ease out instead of an ease in. Like this thing is so good in terms of presentation, just for the fucking header of your website. God damn. And then everything inside is basically based on everything that A has been working on, which is really, really cool. And you just have access to this entire thing with the colors, the extractions, and so on. We love everything that is created in there. But yeah, it's also paid. I mean, it's not paid, but it's also paid. Um, and yeah, it's a really nice landing page nonetheless. Angelo is really good at color stuff and presenting them. So by using Super Palette in the first place, I generated the variables that are necessary related to Radix because that's the easiest thing that I want to use. And then from there, I just assigned the primitives to the variables. So here I have all of my primitives in dark mode and light mode created by Super Palette. And then my accent is just saying that my accent color is teal. That's my main accent color. Stoney's accent color is violet. That's the one that we use. But then I knew for a fact that I will have the need for communication colors for my buttons. And my communication colors are the same thing. We have, which technically I need like an action color on top of that, which is the blue one. And it's just like anything that is in error is going to use my red. Anything that is in success is going to use my green. Everything that is in warning going to use my orange, and everything that is in pending is going to use my violets. And then I'm supposed to have my actions, which are supposed to be blue, like this. So that's using the sky color, and that's the thing. But it's just me reusing or reassigning specifics through the primitive to make sure that my primitives are linked to the actions that are necessary. And then because they are modes, Figma has the mode switching that we talked about a second ago. Um, and so I have this, and if I change the modes for this thing, it's just gonna give me everything I need. And it's really nice. And because obviously I have like intricate stuff. So if I select, I don't have grays on this one, but if I select communication, then now I have communication available. And so by default, my communication system is an error. This is an error. This is a communication message that you need to know. So therefore it is an error. But maybe it's not that deep. Maybe you want something to just be a bit of a warning somewhere, and you just place it to warning. And maybe just something that is pending, just placing in violets. And maybe just a success button. Like validate something, green, done. But I do understand that this kind of complexity that I'm adding here of knowing that you need to change from your accent color to communication, and then from your communication to your success to achieve exactly what you wanted to do. Now that Figma is allowing me to have 10 modes for one thing, it doesn't make any sense to have all of these as separated values. it is way easier for me to just say, well, my accent is going to be either my accent color, my main accent color, or some of the viable options that I have. So I will probably have something like the gray because that makes sense for prototyping and making sure that like the buttons are in the right place and that the entire UI isn't affecting you as a viewer. So that's the wireframe colors. And then I will have a violet because people are using violet a lot, a blue, and that's about it. And then under that, I will have my 5 or 6 communication colors with my red, green, orange, purple, and blue for the communication, so that all that would be in one single thing instead of yeah. No, not really. My best recommendation, that always has been the case, is here. I know, not biased. But yeah, no, be here and ask the question that you want to ask and or learn about, because I'm gonna take the time to explain the thing. And you're probably gonna learn way faster if you ask me here, to be honest. Same thing, not biased in the slightest. A YouTube channel that is teaching you something on YouTube is probably gonna give you the surface level explanation of how to use the Figma section, and then potentially give you a bit of a nugget of something so that you come back to the next video. I'm gonna give you the entire block uh, plus a shelf of tips uh, with your questions and the answer. You're gonna be good with it. But yeah, no, I haven't found. Uh, I have looked for. I have looked for, but I haven't found any good Figma dedicated platforms. I think the main one that is okay is the Figma YouTube channel, when they do things that are dedicated videos about specifics. So going into like understanding bounding box for vector editing, for example, is a very easy thing. It's a 31-second video based on the release of something. That might be a bit too fast, but there are like other things with the glass setting, for example, here, which will explain how the new glass is working. And this is like 5 minutes, and that's good enough. But to be honest, at the end of the day, the thing that would make you really understand is practice, and that's about it. Like, you don't really have a choice on that. If you are looking to learn mode and understanding a mode better, the simplest way I can make you understand is modes are basically what styles used to be, but for single values. That's it. um, the the time where we released the variables, a lot of people were like, well, do I need a library for the variable? Do I need a custom style? I mean, do I do style or variable? What is it there? It's confusing. Basically, a style is a composition of potentially multiple values, unique values, and a variable is a single value. So when you have your color, you know that your color red whatever is always going to be red whatever. So you create that. When you're creating a style, you may have your main color with, on top of that, a white value that is a linear gradient that goes from white to white at 0%. You know, like a very straight, simple drop. I think right now, because we have like multiple selected, that's not going to work. And also because it's the fucking borders. But that's the thing. That's the style. Style are potentially stacked elements, and it can be stacked variables. I could 100% have like a variable on top of a variable, and that secondary variable be with a blending mode, for example. That's an option if it's defined in the variable specifics definition. I know. Don't worry about it. But that's basically what it is. And so if you know how to use styles and you have used them in the past, then your variables are single values within your styles. And then your modes are definition within your variables collections. So if I have variable A, B, and C, and then I say in mode number 2, variable A, B, and C are just different. Meaning that if I have that, nope. If I have that, um, if I switch from mode, like for color A, mode 1, it's gonna be easier if I do that, to mode 2, instead of going into that column, the system is just gonna pick the colors from that column, and that's it. Nothing else. Um, and the biggest thing, and I think for this to very much showcase and present and so on, I need a new file so that it's brand new. Let's say, and I'm going to use that as an example, the same thing as earlier. If I have a button with a text of 16 that is using a bold text, and then it has 16 on the edge, on the side, and 8 top and bottom, that's the thing. I'm going to have that at, I don't know, 20%. Doesn't really matter. And then a bit of a corner radius that is 8, whatever. Right now, if I want to create a bigger or smaller version of this, I would probably just duplicate it and say, well, the bigger version is probably going to have like 24 in the side, and we're going to go to, I guess, 12 top and bottom so that we can have this font at 18, so it's much bigger. And for the sake of consistency, my corner radius is probably going to go to 12 so it matches with getting bigger and so on. So, I've done that. That's fine. But I could also say that this value right here is a variable, and I don't have any variable available, so I'm just gonna create a number value, which is called 16, and that value is, well, 16. You guessed it. And then if I apply said variable here, and I say that this is, obviously, when I created the thing, it didn't go through. If I did create my variable 16, which apparently I didn't, that, if I now apply said variable 16 to this one as well, it's gonna be the same size. So this one is at 16 and this one is at 16 because that's the same element. But then if I go into my, which is, naming it 16 is a very bad idea. But if I go into my values there and I create a new mode and say that this is my mode 2, and as we said earlier, we wanted this to be at 18. I'm just bumping that to 18. Then I want a new mode and I want this thing to be at 20 or 22 to make it like very much more important. Well, the only thing that I need to do now is change that button mode to mode 2 so that its font is now 18 even though its viable value, its name is 16. So in order to make things make sense in your head, I highly recommend you don't do that. You just say like, oh, this is going to be my button text. Well, technically, bang. A simple token button text. That's it. And then maybe you want to create a new variable that is also going to be a number. And that's going to be my button icon. And my button icon in mode 1 at 16 is probably going to be somewhere along the line of 18. I know, wild. Maybe it's going to be at 24 on mode 2, and it's going to remain at 24 on mode 3. And that is just the icon itself that I want to have within this element, meaning that if I add a button in the front and I say, well, this is going to be a variable, it's going to be my button icon, and the height is going to be the button icon as well because it's a square. So I'm just going to merge them together. It's going to be fine. And then guess what? I'm going to take this thing and I'm going to place it there. Weirdly enough, because the frame itself already has mode 2, this is now 24 by 24. And I didn't have to do anything about it. It's just, it is bigger because it needs to be bigger right there. And so from what I said earlier, if I now use everything that I have at my disposal, my ability to just say icon size, text size, spacing, corner radius, and so on in 5 different modes, I can simply have my base button defined once and have modes for the necessary sizes that I need to have throughout my app. But technically speaking, I can remove like so many components that are now absolutely useless and make the file way lighter than what it is by simply using these things and playing with the modes. But that's basically what it is. Your variables are colors, numbers, strings, or boolean, yes or no, or true, false. And when you're doing your primitives, you want to have your colors, you want to have your numbers, and that's about it. Anything that is string related is going to be for within your components. So if I created I don't know, button text, for example, and we say that this is currently saying button, and this is like a large button for this, and massive button, right? If I do that and I say that this is the content, then I can change that that text and then apply this text value to the content when that thing becomes a component. So if I create a component out of this, I can then say that this section right there is currently called button. It's going to need my button text right here. So now when I'm moving this here, changing its appearance to go to the mode number 2, now it's called large button. And that's pretty useful when you want things to go faster and to be bigger and to change their content and so on. The main reason for this, specifically for the strings, is when you have client A, client B, client C, client D for a white label app that you have specifically for you that could work. And you need to change like the branding. It's just a system level situation. So when you are Stony, that's for you, sorry. When you are at a system level, right here, for example, let's go into the dark mode preview thing. Right now, at a system level, I'm currently in dark mode, with the accent color being the violet accent color. If for some reason that client decides to say, well, you know what, my accent color is not violet anymore. I didn't spend more than like 5 seconds to get my entire thing changed. And now everything is green, which is not good for study, but like, you know. But that's basically what it is. That's the biggest use cases for variables and modes. It's just you give yourself the ability to just switch things in no time, just because it's basically that easy. And that's how it works. And you don't have like to learn a lot more than that. So your overall things, again, going back to what I was doing here, if I was to say, well, in that like viable thing, I have 16 on the edges, and then I have top 8 and so on. If I'm creating my variables properly, if I'm creating my variable properly, I would have like a new variable that would be my number. It's going to be my button dash h dash padding, or dash pad, depending on how you want to call the thing and how you are naming your design tokens, depending on you. In the regular mode, it's going to be 16. In this one, it was 18. And in this one, I think I said 22, 24. I forgot. It doesn't really matter. It's whatever. And so from there, I think I did 24 on this one, by the way. Yeah, I did. And then I need to do the exact same thing. So I'm just going to duplicate that variable and call that my vertical padding. And this is 8 here. I think I said 12 there. I did. And let's do 16 on this one just for the sake of having it. And then I have my corner radius. So I'm just going to create a new dash corner. Very simple. This one is currently sitting at 8. This one is at 12. So I'm going to do the regular thing. 8, 12, 16. So that we have everything. Now, simplicity, because this is an instance of a component. If I go there and I say, well, this thing is supposed to take my H padding, look at this one specifically and how it's going to behave. It's bigger because it was supposed to be bigger because it is the bigger element. And then my vertical padding is supposed to be here, and now this is bigger as well. That's crazy. And in my corner radius, that is right there, I had a different corner radius. It's still one single component, exactly the same thing. So instead of having like two different variables, variants of the same component, I have one component with multiple modes. I have mode 1 right there and mode 2. And then because we did the changes, if I do mode 3, I have the third one. Same instance, different modes, better output, simpler file, nothing to think about, and so on. Obviously, naming them mode 1, mode 2, and mode 3 is a very bad idea. This is probably going to be small, medium, large, or base, large, massive, based on how I name things here. But yeah, that's everything you need to know on the basis of your variable plus modes. There is a ton of thing that you can do with your variables how can I say that? Within prototyping, but it's a waste of time and it's a waste of resources and it's not that good. So by the time you finish your prototype with the viable potential conditional trees and so on, you would have had a better experience by just coding the thing on your own by hand, because the whole thing that you just did in Figma, you don't need to do it again in code. So I highly recommend, if you have like your prototype to be, or if you want your prototype to be like a bit more complex than what it is, make it complex for some things, but don't make it too complex all the times. I think my usual recommendation and presentation for this is this file right here. I don't have another one that is as complex. It's not that complex, but as complex. The what is this? Why did I put that here? I may have. I may have. I haven't. This is one of these situations where basically I have the files and this is going through basically everything. Like this is the most, uh, this is for a dumb person type of prototype, but it works a lot better. No, it works really well when you're doing some client interviews or dev audits to make sure that every single step is understood. So this is the start point, and then here I'm hovering that button, and then I'm clicking on that button, and then I'm doing something in there, and you have exactly all the steps of the flows. But for the sake of me presenting, I'm gonna create something like, what is this thing? Something like this, which is a dedicated prototype that will basically show you exactly how this is going to behave when you want to add like a new field. So you don't have the entirety of the flow, but you have the animation that I want you to have in the output, so that you know exactly what happened. You see that it expands, flash the thing twice, and then remain in the purple E thing because it's a selected version and you just created it. So you just create that as a preview of, here are the steps for the animation that I want to have when you are adding a new field, implying that this thing is triggered once these sub-level things are all selected. Like once you press here, which is the reason, once you press here, it's gonna appear there, but you want the transition to appear there. Like that's the animation part. Everything else is like so simple. It's just like step by step, here are all the things, and that's it. Have a good meeting. But that's the thing that I'm doing. I'm just like, okay, so this element that you are seeing for the first time, right there, this is how it looks, and this is how it will behave, how it will behave in the future. So you know that the first use, for example, when you click on it, it expands in the full display of what it is, and so on. You select whichever you want to use. Cool, all good. Your second use case, same thing. You see the thing, it's highlighted, it's a new stuff that you haven't tested yet. So you click on it again because you just used it yesterday or something, and you're good. And then the third time that you want to click on that button, it shows you the same sizes of elements in the menu without the description because you clicked on these before. So it's just like, okay, cool. We know that you know these things, but they are still new. They are still new stuff. Cool. So you select something and then you move on. And then you come back, it's the same thing. And then after that, up until the system defines that this is not a new feature, it's still going to have the tag for new, but it's going to be the same design as the rest because it doesn't matter. You have used them already. There is no need for us to shove it in your face. And that's a bit of a teeny tiny thing that we can add to the user experience to make sure that they understand that this thing was new and you needed to test it out. And then once you test it out enough times, you're supposed to know exactly how it works. And therefore you move on to the regular behavior with a bit of a badge on top of it, just in case you don't remember that this is new for the next months, and then after that it goes away. But that's a bit of a thing that I've done as well. I love to do these because they are like so useful to ensure that the devs that are coming in basically recognize that, okay, this thing that you're just doing right now, this new value, like that's the first time that you're seeing this thing, you're selecting the type of field. This is how I want this thing to behave. Like when you're opening it, it looks like this X amount of times. Obviously, I will have a chat with the devs. I will have a discussion with the project manager and saying, well, this is exactly how it's supposed to behave because that's what I'm intending in here. Same thing here. Like, this is how it's supposed to load and so on. All the states are defined in one place beforehand. And we ensure that, people understand when and how things are working, but you don't need like the very complex prototype that a lot of people are telling you that you need, simply because it's that easy. It's just a matter of define all the steps, and then when there is something that is specific that needs to be or on which the devs or the designers need to pay a bit more attention, just extend something. Just say, well, this is the first time that you're seeing this thing, so this is how it works. Or like this is a component that is reused within this thing right here. So let me just give it to you as a standalone element so that you can play with it and extract the data that you need. But that's not like complex environment. It's just like, okay, cool. We have these components. This is how they work. They work here, they work there. That's the thing. So I'm seeing that this is weirdly enough not good. That was the side that shouldn't be the case for the placement. Um, but yeah, fun stuff nonetheless. Nonetheless. I was thinking about something here, by the way. Probably have seen that from the corner of your eyes. Congrats. I'm thinking about adding this on the on ban. Maybe have some sort of a Tamagotchi thing with my skulls, and that's why I have the pixelated version of them. I think it could be a very interesting thing. I need a lot more work, um, but yeah, I feel like this is probably potentially an option. You know, maybe. What are you breaking though? That's the question. Because if you're breaking something that people would be mad about, I get it. Yeah, I think this is a good idea. I don't think I would have the ability to get this exact, um, like layout, just because complexity. But I'm gonna try at some point. Not today, though. Not today. I also need to figure out the sub-pixel when it comes to this. Like how much distortion do I want, and do I want distortion? And how do I want to render them to get like that bulge thing? Or do I create the thing flat and then distort everything through CSS with an SVG filter? I don't know yet. I don't know yet. We'll see. At some point, I'll figure it out. Not today. If you're breaking the library, though, by the way, um, you will make people mad. Specifically, if people are using the library. If no one is using the library, then you're good. But if people are using the library and they have like deep nesting and deep usage of your player library, if that's the thing in question, um, and you're making change that will break their implementations, they will be mad. I would highly recommend you don't, you know, break stuff, but I also do understand that sometimes it makes a lot more sense to simply move towards something that makes more sense in terms of build. Uh, and therefore, if it has to be done, then it has to be done. Maybe, maybe have something that is within your library update, a migration system that goes through the user code base if that's an option, and say um, like that viable name has changed to something else, and it's a fail-safe backward compatible library viable name thing. If that's, I don't know if that's an option on your end, um, that just say, well, backward compatibility, everything that was before called this is now pointing back to this new thing, and that way it's not broken, uh, but you have a bit of a warning in the CLI that says this thing has changed name. We have a safety in place, but I highly recommend you to uh, like do that. Um, you can't get an alias of something. Again, I don't know if what you're trying to achieve is a props change or if it's something else. If it's a props change, it's just like an alias of the previous props equal the new ones. That's fine. If that's not the case, if your thing is much bigger and something that I don't understand, highly probable, then I don't know. I don't know. I have no clue. And yeah. Um, do you replace it with something else? Is it something that is now internally managed? If that's the case, same thing. Um, since you're yeeting the dependency, just use the exact same name in your versions. Same props, same calls, same function names, if you can. And yeah, and after that, it's just a matter of saying, well, this thing, this sub package dependency is not in use anymore, so please delete it from your project in order for this one to keep working the exact same way. Because that's usually what the conflict is going to be about. It's going to be about that thing that you had before had a very specific name or very specific props or very specific function call that you need to replace. And instead of going through all the file of the user and doing that by hand, you just reuse the exact same thing, or you create an alias that will send your user in the right place or the code in the right place. They still need to refactor every implementation, but again, the simplest fact that your um, video player is a video player its implementation is usually in one place, not 16 places. So refactoring like 2 files, maybe 4 files, is not as big as me in Figma for the Mom UI kit deciding to change the names of icons to match better what they are representing, and therefore breaking apps that are using that icon that has changed. Like for example, the cross icon that is now called the close icon because you asked for it. Um, every people that were using cross before now can't update because the cross icon is something else. And so when they update, their cross icon is going to be replaced by the cross icon and not the close icon that they had. That's a breaking change, and I don't have any way of fixing that. So that's the situation. It is the situation. Can't do anything about it. Can't do anything about it. But that's the thing. That is the thing. I'm seeing that Elgato has been releasing a new Stream Deck that is bigger with knobs. That's a crazy thing. Knobs and screen. Goddamn. Goddamn. Also, they changed their fucking website. Sorry, I'm just bewildered by this. Look at that thing. Ugh. Yeah, that's nice. How much is that? 350? 350? That's expensive. That's expensive. What? 6 knobs, 6 touch zones. I mean, 36 buttons I need. Well, technically I have like 15, so 15 times 2, I have 30 already that I used on a daily basis. One of them is like a folder, so I basically have 29. And a thing like this would fix everything, you know? No more need for an adapter of USB-A to USB-C, because MacBooks only have USB-C, and the old one that I have is still in the USB-A. I could have the big ass knobs. Goddamn. Big knobs. Big nobbins. It could be neat. It could work. You know. It's a very simple thing. Let me click on that link though. You said you can switch version at the top from latest to not latest. Also, you have 84 weekly download. That's pretty cool. Congrats. It's pretty neat. I don't know what it does, and I don't know how it works, but, you know. I'm gonna have to, anyways, if I want to have my NPM package and PX package be an option for the UI kit, then, yeah, I'm gonna have to have that. Eh. I can't really read that. I don't know what's in there. I don't know what works, what doesn't work. Um, I wouldn't be able to look at it. I mean, I would be able to look at it, but I wouldn't really understand what's in it. So that's not going to help in the slightest. Okay. You want to look at titties with me? Why would you want to look at homepage titties? I'm thinking of going there. That's the but there is titties on the homepage. So what do you want? Do you want? Yeah, I am sending you to Hilford. That's what I'm doing. That is what I'm doing. Because I need sleep. I'm an old person. So yeah, as always, thank you for being here. Highly appreciate it. Um, I hope Space come back on Friday. That we can go over the more stuff on Figma because that's fun. But yeah, of course not. Who do you think I am? You think I have an Android phone that I use on a daily basis? Nope. As always, if you have a question, feel free to join the Discord when I'm not live. Or if you have a question when I'm not live, feel free to join the Discord in the right order that makes more sense. If you have a perfume collection, go there. If you have a collection of links, go there. And if you want to be a collection of Japanese language, go there. I don't know where I went, but I went there anyways. This thing is still not working. It was supposed to be automated for March, but it doesn't roll out. The code is telling me that it is rolling out automatically from 0 to 1, 2 to 3, but no. So I'm gonna need to fix that probably on Friday. So as always, I'll be back on Friday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. And yeah, as always, be kind to each other, eat something, drink something. I'll see you soon. Bye.